아, 네, 안녕하십니까. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, how are you?
에, 박물관과 지속 가능 발전 목표 2030년을 향하여라고 하는 주제로 국제학술데이에 참석해 주신 여러분들께 진심으로 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 잠시 후 9시부터
Thank you for coming to the international conference of this year. We're going to soon begin the opening ceremony for this year's event. Please be seated. Once the opening ceremony begins, we're going to offer simultaneous interpretation. If you need interpretation assistance, please pick up the interpretation receiver at the lobby/information desk. Channel 1 is Korean, Channel 2 is English. Thank you very much.
한 몇 가지 좀
I would like to share with you some of the housekeeping rules. As you all know, at this National Folk Museum, we are located inside the Gyeongbok Palace, which is designated as a cultural zone. As a result, all areas in this territory are banned for smoking, so you're not allowed to smoke in this territory. You may think that you're not going to get caught, but we have surveillance cameras everywhere, so please be reminded that you cannot smoke. We may get some official complaints about smoking. Please remember that we are in and near buildings that are made of woods. So in order to prevent fire, we're not allowed to smoke. If you really want to have a smoke break, then please go outside the Gyeongbokgung territory, go far away, and then smoke, and then come back. So I would like to ask for your kind understanding in that. And in addition, this particular auditorium is not allowing the drinks from the outside unless it is absolutely necessary for you to drink as a speaker. So please enjoy your drinks outside the auditorium and please do not bring your drinks in here. And when it comes to the interpretation receiver, please return them as you leave the venue. I know that we are joined by around 50 speakers from around 17 countries. Thank you very much for joining us at the joint seminar between Icom and Indeth. And this academic conference is going to begin today and will last till tomorrow. And 2 days from now, we're going to offer a tour for the participants. Please spend time with us from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. We're going to focus on partnership, people, prosperity, and peace, and lastly, where to from. With all these interesting topics, we're going to carry out an international conference with all of you. We have prepared 2 keynote speakers and 13 moderators and 28 speakers joining us, and individual topics are going to be looked at with all of your participation and engagement. Especially Icom Korea, Icom Innet, and National Folk Museum of Korea are going to look at the title, museums, and the Sustainable Development Goals and towards 2030. Now we would like to begin this year's event. Please give us a big hand. I know that we are 1 minute short before 9, but I think we're joined by almost everyone, so let's just kick it off. And I know that we are also offering a virtual seminar too on Zoom. I believe we're going to be joined by around 300 relevant officials on Zoom. And in Korea, I know that we will be airing this event in Korea on YouTube, and I would like to notify this option too. If there are friends and acquaintances who would like to join us who couldn't make this event, please share the Zoom link or the YouTube link so that they can join us remotely. And without further ado, I would like to begin the 2024 International Conference under the title of Museums and the Sustainable Development Goals. As the very first segment of today's event, I would like to invite Chair of Icom Korea, Ms. Sun-Jung Kim. Let's welcome her with a big hand. Good morning. I would like to welcome everyone to the International Conference of Icom Innet and the National Museum of Korea. Hello everyone, my name is Sun-Jung Kim, Chair of Icom Korea. Today's conference was prepared because I had a chance to visit the March Innet conference last year, and I have particularly consulted the leaders of Icom Innet that I want to initiate and launch this conference. And I feel like that was only yesterday, but we're all gathered here for today's conference. Our conference was prepared in order to celebrate the 20th year anniversary, and I believe this is the third event that we are joining and enjoying together. Yesterday, there was SPAC Congress in the National Korean Language Musician, and there was also Day of Museum last year, and that was in collaboration with the Korean Craftsmanship Association and Korean Language Museum as well. And I believe in the coming October, we're going to have a similar event as well. So to go over to the content of the symposium, we would like to share with you how Korean museums were impacted by the Icom network, and we will also share the visions for future museums as well. In this year's conference, we were able to collaborate with many different types of museums of Korea, which is all the more meaningful. Especially, I would like to thank the National Folk Museum of Korea, President Chang Sang-hoon, and all the officials from the National Folk Museum for working with us to prepare this event. We also have Professor Chung Jae-seung, who will serve as a keynote speaker for this year, and we have other speakers joining us. Icom Innet Program Committee, Carol Scott, Han Jae-sung, Shiri Wang, Ludopika, Anton Yuchi, Morgan Lees, and K1 Kim from Icom Korea. Thank you very much for your support as well. I would also like to thank Vice Chair Lee Kwan-ho from Icom Korea and all the other officials and members who gave tremendous support for this event to happen. Thank you very much. And moving on, I would like to invite President of Icom, Emma Nardi. Ms. Emma Nardi could not join us in person, but instead she delivered a video message. Please welcome her with a big hand.
오고 있어서 조금만 기다려 주시기 바랍니다.
dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to participate in the opening of this important conference about sustainability. I greet with great pleasure Sun-Young Kim, Chair of Icom Korea, Young Dwan, Vice Chancellor of Shanghai University, Sang-Hoon Yan, Director of National Folk Museums of Korea, and of course, Carol Scott. Museums play a big role in shaping society. The work with local communities help changing mentality and creating new expectations. It is vital to explain the major aspects of sustainability and the way they can enter in everyday life. Most people think that sustainability is only related to climate change and reduction of the use of electricity. Museums can change this approach and contribute to our common future. The conference we are opening is related to the 5 Ps: planet, people, prosperity, peace and partnership. The reference to the planet matches the declaration of Varanasi during the G20 summit meeting: One Earth, One Family, One Future. The conference you have organized will help developing a better consciousness. I would like to underline Henry McGeer's presentation, Hi Henry, titled Taking Action to Do More Good and Less Harm. Henry was among the protagonists of the capacity building for the Icom Award about sustainable practices in museums. I am very happy to quote this new initiative of Icom for many reasons. It is a global activity that involves all the Icom bodies. 172 out of 220 national committees, international committees and regional alliances participated in the training and are now in the condition of endorsing museums who want to take part in the award. The deadline to present project is at the end of September, and all the details of the call are easily downloaded from Icom website. The award ceremony will take place in November 2025 during the General Conference. I hope you are going to meet all there. Now enjoy the conference and congratulations for this important initiative.
네, 엠마 나르 대장님 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Chair Emma Nardi, for your kind message. Now, I would like to ask for Vice Chancellor Yong Dwan from Shanghai University, who's a supporter for this event. Just like the previous speaker, Vice Chancellor Yong Dwan couldn't make this event in person, so let's watch a video message. Please give him a big hand.
Dear esteemed guests, colleagues, and friends, on behalf of Shanghai University, it's my privilege to welcome you all to the 2024 conference, Museums and Sustainable Development Goals towards 2030. As we gather here today, we are united by a common commitment to harnessing the transformative power of museums in achieving sustainable development goals globally. We are honored to work with Icom again to host a conference on the theme of museum and sustainability for a second time. We fondly recall the last conference held in 2021 at Zhejiang Museum of Natural History in China, which set a remarkable precedent in our collective journey towards integrating museums into a global sustainability agenda. Building on the successful foundation, we are delighted to host this second conference in Korea. This shift in venue not only broadens our geographic engagement, but also enriches our discussions with diverse cultural perspectives and new insights. We applaud Icom America and Icom Korea for the invaluable co-organization of the conference program. The collaboration has been essential in shaping a diverse and comprehensive agenda that reflects our shared goals. Additionally, we are immensely thankful to the National Folk Museum of Korea for not only providing a splendid venue, but also for the generous in-kind contributions, which have significantly enhanced the quality and reach of this event. The cooperation and support of these distinguished partners underscore the spirit of international collaboration and commitment to advancing the role of museums in sustainable development. Together, our joining efforts make this conference a beacon of innovation and cultural exchange. Shanghai University, as one of the first universities in China to offer museum studies education, established the archaeology and museology program within its history department in 1978. After more than 4 decades of dedicated effort and development, Shanghai University has become a significant center for museum studies education and research in China, not only training numerous outstanding professionals for cultural heritage institutions in Shanghai and nationwide, but also achieving a leading position in museum studies research domestically. As we delve into discussions and presentations over the coming days, let us focus on innovative solutions that museums can adopt to promote environmental stewardship, social justice, and economic viability. As we address the global challenges facing museums and cultural heritage, it's imperative to consider them through the lens of the 5 P themes of this conference: partnership, people, planet, peace, and prosperity. By weaving these themes throughout our conference, we aim to showcase how museums can be catalysts for change, contributing significantly to the global goals of sustainable development. Furthermore, I am pleased to announce that Shanghai University will continue to support these important discussions beyond this conference, reinforcing our commitment to cultural preservation and sustainability. In closing, I extend my deepest gratitude to all of you for joining us. Your expertise, enthusiasm, and collaborative efforts are invaluable to the success of this conference and the broader mission of our collective work. Let us be inspired by the shared spirit of innovation and partnership that this conference embodies. Together, we can ensure that museums not only preserve the past, but also illuminate the path toward a sustainable future. Thank you, and I wish us all a productive and successful conference.
감사합니다.
Thank you, Professor Duan, for your remarks from far away. Next, we'd like to hear from Director Sang-Hoon Chang of National Folk Museum of Korea. And unfortunately, once again, Director Chang will not be able to join us today and tomorrow. He has to attend to another training that was very important. So we'd like to hear from him now via a video message. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Welcome everyone to the 2024 International Symposium. Welcome. My name is Sang-Hoon Chang, the Director of National Folk Museum of Korea. Thank you for being here with us today. This symposium has been hosted by National Folk Museum of Korea, as well as Icom, Icom Korea, and Icom IMREC. We'll be hearing from 57 experts from 17 different countries. This symposium is going to be held in a hybrid manner, in person and online, which is going to open up a chance for more people to think and contemplate about the future of museums and sustainability. We are abiding by the 2019 Icom Declaration as well as UN's 2030 SDGs. The SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, were rolled out and selected by the United Nations in 2015. They are composed of poverty, quality education, climate action, and many other global actions that print a big picture for the humanity to go forward. Sustainability is more than just protecting the environment. It's a part of human rights protection and many other compassionate acts. In this symposium, we'd like to think about 5 Ps that are namely people, prosperity, planet, peace, and partnership. And particularly what role museums can play in the picture of 5 Ps and sustainability. Museums are taking up a greater role in the society. We're going to play a part in climate action and knowledge sharing and establishing a knowledge network in the local community. All museums should try to take on this role. This symposium will be an opportunity for us to rethink our roles as newfound roles as in the local community, and will print a roadmap for us to go forward. I hope to see more social interactions and discussions through this symposium. And once again, everybody, welcome. And thank you for joining us. I hope you have a productive session. Thank you.
네, 장상훈 관장님.
Thank you, Chair Chang Sang-hoon. I hope you enjoy the training and please make safe travel back home. Next, I would like to share with you who has been dedicated and devoted the whole last year, for the last whole year, the entire year, Ms. Carol Scott, to prepare for this wonderful event. Please welcome her with a big hand.
Thank you very much. So I'm Carol Scott. I'm the chair of the Academic and Programming Board of Icom IMREC. And it's my happy duty today to talk a little bit about IMREC and to end this particular program, and to thank all of those who have made it so wonderfully possible. Just a few words really to talk about IMREC, because I think that puts that into the context, and it's been the catalyst really for this conference. The anagram IMREC stands for the International Museum Research and Exchange Center. It's a very new entity. It was launched in December 2020, and it's a partnership between Icom and Shanghai University. It's, in spite of its newness, I think it's already begun to establish itself as a think tank and a forum for discussion of issues that are of common interest to the global museum community. And that is, in fact, its mandate. We are here to explore, research, converse, discuss, and publish around those subjects that are of common concern, common and emerging concern to us as a global museum network. And our inspiration and our starting point for this has actually been the Icom strategic plan, particularly section 3. And those of you who are familiar with the plan will know that that's the section that talks about Icom supporting museums in a changing world. When the Icom strategic plan was being developed, there was a pre-research phase where we consulted the regional alliances, the spokespeople of the international and the national committees, the secretariat, the then executive board, and we asked them what they thought were the most important issues that were facing the museum community today. And they came up with 6 issues. One was the decline in government funding for museums around the world. The second one was decolonization. The third one was climate change and the wider issue of sustainability. The fourth one was leadership. The fifth one was digital futures. And the sixth one was social inclusion. So that has really been our starting point. And to date, IMREC has, it's currently, in fact, funding a program undertaken by the University of Quebec at Montreal and an international consortium looking at the decline in public funding internationally, the impact it's having on museums, and how museums are responding to that. IMREC, as Chancellor Duan mentioned, has already had one conference on sustainability, and this is the second. We, last year in Shanghai, in late March, we had a wonderful conference on decolonization and restitution. And I'm very, very happy to be able to announce that the papers of that conference have just recently been published. So it's hot off the press. And very shortly, those papers will be available as a downloadable PDF on the members section of the Icom website. So stay tuned for that. They're really worth reading. We have just accepted 3 applicants to do a fully funded 3-year master's program in cultural heritage management at Shanghai University. And that we will run that program again next year as well. So they will commence in the September 2024 term. And we are also planning research fellowships looking at museum leadership and digital sustainability. So, you know, a very young organization, but one which has been extremely active on your behalf throughout the field. Now, to this particular conference, and this one is, it's a real step change for IMREC. And it's been different in 3 ways. So, and it's really reflective of 3 partners, which are 3 of the major constituent parts of what Icom is all about. First of all, it's the first time we have partnered with a national committee. And we thank In-kyung Chang for introducing us to Sun-Young Kim and her team at Icom Korea. Under Sun-Young's terrific leadership, we've had a marvelous partnership, and we'd really like to acknowledge the principals in the Icom Korea office, Haiwan, Yuyin, and more recently, Soo-young. They are the most efficient team and a wonderful group of communicators, and they've made this partnership an absolute joy for all of us. Sun-young's network is very extensive, and so she was able to engage 2 national museums who have been very helpful for us. And some of you will have joined us yesterday for the ASPEC meeting and the 2 pre-conference workshops at the Hongol Museum. We really wanted to thank that institution not only for their very generous hospitality and all their help about arranging those meetings, but also for the wonderful lunch and dinner which we experienced last night. And today at the National Folk Museum, I should say that really the National Folk Museum has not only put this venue at our disposal, they have underwritten the cost of the simultaneous translation, the live streaming. They're helping us with the post-conference tours and various other things. So they have been those 2 groups have been wonderful sponsors and wonderful co-hosts. And we want to thank their institutions, their directors, and all of their very generous and helpful staff. So now to this particular conference. I should actually sort of first of all acknowledge the fact that it's also the first time we've really partnered with an IC. And as it turns out, it's the most recent and the newest international committee of Icom, and that is Icom Sustain. Maureen Rees has been on the conference planning committee and was also instrumental in organizing the workshop, the pre-conference workshop that we had yesterday on the Icom Sustainability Development Framework Action Plan, and was associated there with Lucimara Letelier and also Michela Rota. And that was a very interesting experiment. And then that was followed by another workshop on conservation, which was really the cutting edge material in this particular area. And the final thing, of course, is that we've partnered with a regional alliance. So through Lai Shun An, who is the director of IMREC and also the chair of Icom ASPEC, we were able to arrange the meeting so that the ASPEC meeting was really the very first event in this conference 3 days. And that was terrific. I mean, just sitting yesterday in the venue and listening to the reports from the individual Asian countries was a real eye-opener and really put in context the great diversity of Asian museums. So, to this conference, and I guess the thing about the Sustainable Development Goals is that they're extremely relevant and very important for us all. But I think it's taken some considerable time for them to be embraced and understood by the wider museum community worldwide. And this is recognized by Icom because one of the strategic objectives within the current strategic plan is capacity building around the Sustainable Development Goals. And the Sustainability Action Plan, which Maureen and his team introduced yesterday, and this conference are combined going somewhere to addressing that need. So we have spent a long time in the planning. We were sort of calculating it the other day. It's been over a year, and the first 6 months we're really thinking about the scientific program. And through many, many discussions, we came up with 4 aims which we wanted to share with you today. The first aim is that the Sustainable Development Goals were launched in 2015. And perhaps, more by accident than design, this really coincided with the conversation around museums' social role really gaining momentum. So in fact, what the Sustainable Development Goals have provided is an opportunity and a platform for museums to engage in a global agenda for social change. And one of the things that we wanted to do today was to really present what museums are doing and what contribution they are making in this arena, so that we can excite and inspire more museums to become engaged in this work. So that was our first aim. Our second aim, however, was that working in the whole social change area and being social actors does not come without challenges. And I think one of the things is we are often very focused on change out there in the community. And we come latterly to the fact that change has to start from within. And so our 2 keynote speakers today, Professor Zhong, and then a little bit later, Henry McGee, are going to be talking about the attitudinal and behavior change and also the institutional change which we have to undertake in order to continue with this sort of work. The third thing that was really interesting to us was because we were having this conference in Korea, it was an optimum time to really highlight and put in the foreground the exemplary work that is being done in Asia in this field. And so that was a very conscious effort to make sure that every session has got at least one speaker from an Asian country talking about the work that is being done here. And fourthly, we recognize that though the Sustainable Development Agenda started in 2015, it is accompanied by a sunset clause. It is going to end in 2030. And so where to from here? What happens after 2030? And the last session of the conference is really going to be addressing that issue. It will be challenging, it will be somewhat provocative, but it is really important for us to look beyond 2030 and see how we can maintain the momentum and where we go from here. A lot has changed in the world since 2015. We're going to have to be prepared for a somewhat different future if we are going to continue to this social activism work, which we endorse and embrace. So basically, those are the 4 aims that we want you to embrace yourselves. And we hope that this conference will be an opportunity for you to learn, be inspired, be challenged, and basically just enjoy. So now I want to close this part of the conference. We're actually going to take a short break and reconvene at 10 o'clock when our first keynote speaker will be introduced to you then. Thank you and welcome to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson Carol Swat. Please give a big hand. Thank you so much for your dedication and hard work for the last year. And because we do have some time right now, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce a few personnel and take a photo opportunity. And as she has shared, from 10 a.m. sharp, we're going to begin the keynote session. Right now, we're joined by many scholars and well-renowned officials from home and abroad. But I believe because this is hosted by Icom Committee of Korea and International, as well as the National Folk Museum, I would like to take this chance to introduce a few officials from these organizations. Do you remember Icom Seoul? We had a discussion related to intangible assets, and we were introduced and published a journal back then too. Back then, there was a joint chair of the Operation Committee, and we have a senior advisor, Kim Jong-gyu of the Korea Museum Association. He's joining us today, so please give him a big hand. Thank you so much. And next, I would like to introduce Vice Chair of Icom Committee, Vice Chair Park Mi-jung. Welcome and thank you for your presence. We're also joined by Auditor Yoon Kum-jin of Icom Korea office. Thank you for joining us. I know that she worked really hard yesterday as well. We have Icom Vice Chair and former Chair of Icom Korea. Right now, she's giving tremendous support continuously. Chang In-kyung, thank you for joining us. If I had missed anyone, please let me know. I think I have addressed all the officials from Icom side. I know that Chair Chang Sang-hoon shared a video message from National Folk Museum, but we do have Chae Sun-kwon, manager over there, who personally, directly organized everything about this conference. I would like to thank him as well. In addition, we also have Kim Yu-sun, curator of the Folk Museum, and a few other officials who helped us and supported us for this organization of the event. We do have around 30 minutes, so now let me ask all the VIPs up on the stage for photo opportunity. Because we have many to join us, I think we should just fill up the stage, use all the space available so we can have wonderful memories to be made. 2024, so National Folk Museum, Icom Korea, please remember this moment forever. Let me invite everyone up on the stage, especially the ones from abroad. All the foreigners, please come up. Of course, from Korea, you're more than welcome.
오케이. 자, 나와주세요.
Come on up, everyone.
아이고. 그리고 사진
And another thing after the group picture, once again, we're going to resume at 10 a.m. So please come back to your seats, this hall, by 9:55 a.m. We do have refreshments that we have prepared outside, so help yourselves.
네, 우리 좀 한국 분들께서 먼저 나오셔서 안내 좀 해주시죠.
Korean guests, can you please come up and then we can invite everyone else to join up. Another thing, back in the 2023 Icom General Assembly, we have the Director General then from Ms. Chang Kyung-suk, so please welcome her as well.
네, 저 뒤에 우리 한국 분들 좀 나오세요. 최 실장님 나오세요. 협회 대표 오셨잖아. 나오세요. 예. 제가 이름을 다 몰라서 앞으로 나와서 사진 같이 찍어주세요. 해 뭐. 네, 잠시 후에
We're going to soon begin the academic conference in earnest, so I would like to kindly ask everyone to be seated.
네, 그 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 그 레시버 충전을 위해서
I would like to ask one thing. In order to charge the interpretation receiver, please return your receiver as you leave for your lunch break so that we can use it throughout the afternoon. I hope you enjoyed the break, and we are now beginning the journey that will last till tomorrow. Especially the two keynote speakers. They were really hard to recruit and invite, and they are not necessarily from our field, but external fields as well. So now, without further ado, let me invite Icom Vice Chair Chang In-kyung for the moderator for the keynote session. Please welcome her with a big hand. And from now on, we are going to have individual moderators for each session who will moderate excellently. Now, Vice Chair Chang, please come up.
Yes, okay. Welcome to the first session of today's program of Icom IMNEC conference. Your presence here is crucial as we delve into the role of museums in achieving the SDGs. The 17 SDGs with their 5 pillars, people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnerships are not just a framework, but a call to action. They represent an inspirational plan to build a more equal, more just, more sustainable, and more prosperous world for the future generations. The 5th P, partnership, collaboration among governments, business leaders, civil society organizations, academics, and other stakeholders is crucial for mobilizing resources, sharing knowledge, and implementing effective strategies. Each SDG represents a complex challenge that will require global, regional, and national and local solidarity to overcome. In this context, the first session will focus on museums' role in shaping partnerships around the SDGs. What form do these partnerships take? What opportunities and challenges do they represent? For this first speaker, I'm pleased to introduce Professor Jung Jae-seung. He is well known in Korea as one of the most notable scientists of our time, having been selected as one of the young global leaders from the World Economic Forum, aka Davos Forum, in 2009. He obtained his doctorate with his thesis, Computational Network Modeling and Complex Dynamics Analysis at Alzheimer's Brain at the Department of Physics in KAIST in Korea, and worked as a postdoctorate associate in the Department of Child Psychology at Yale University. He has published more than 100 articles in prestigious scientific journals such as Nature, Nature Communications, and PLOS Computational Biology, and is an author of best-selling books for public. In 2022, he established the Department of Brain and Cognitive Science and is currently the head of the School of Transdisciplinary Studies at the Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology in Daejeon, Korea. Today, Professor Jung will discuss and inspire us how museums can serve as dynamic forums for fostering sustainability. Please welcome Professor Jung with a round of applause. Professor Jung, floor is yours.
Good morning. Good morning. Good to meet you. I am Jae-seung Chung. First of all, I am so honored to be taking part in a meaningful symposium like this, and I am very excited that this is taking place here in Korea. So I took a trip up to Seoul from Daejeon this morning. I am a brain scientist and a brain science engineer. And myself being from that kind of a field, I'm very honored to be a part of this symposium and to be invited as a keynote speaker, first speaker of a very professional and expert series of talks. So I came with a series of my own messages today. So the group of scientists and how science museums and museums, art museums and galleries, we take these places and I think we can think about how these places can evolve into channels of contemplating on the future of humanity. There are some global agendas that we will be discussing, or we have been discussing, epidemics and global conflicts, climate action, all these agendas. I hope that museums can provide a channel, an opportunity for the agendas to be addressed. I think my message today is in line with what I just said. Museums are a home to traditional and historical relics and preserving them and exhibiting them. Yes. Audiences are able to expose themselves to these traditional historical relics, but I think museums can take on a role beyond that as a platform for discussing and addressing the many global challenges that are at our hands right now. Briefly, to introduce myself, there are many different functions in our brain, right? But I'm looking at the function that is in charge of decision making in our brain. You know, Elon Musk, he founded Neuralink, and Neuralink is looking into inserting a man-made chip into human brains and reading our minds essentially. So they were able to insert this chip into the brain of a pig and control it to walk a treadmill and look into the different physiological changes that controlling is bringing about. Not just pigs, Neuralink conducted a similar experiment on monkeys as well, monkeys that have damaged parts of their brain. They were inserted chips and were sent signals to the right side of their brain, and the experimenters were able to get the monkey to get up and walk again. This, in case, shows us that we will be able to read biological and physiological signs and be able to figure out what the monkey or whoever the object is wants to do, and whichever way the object wants to move, and then control it to move that way. This kind of an experiment and study isn't just for monkeys, obviously. At the end of the day, it is to apply it to humans. There are a lot of immobile people in our society, and this research is to get them to become mobile again. Another part of the research is what you see up here. Many of these people who are not able to walk for a very long time, through this experiment, were able to walk again. This was the first time in a long time that they're able to walk again, so in the very beginning it was a little unnatural for them, but with practice and time they're able to get a natural way of walking back. What I'm looking into, or what I'm studying, is I want to do the same thing but without the chips. I want to do it with a neural link. We are working with a robot called Now, and we got the robot to walk on 2 feet, bipedal walking. The robot doesn't have a brain, so it can't choose to go to what direction. That choice is made, the decision is made by my students that are controlling the robot. The robot also is wearing a camera, so as experimenters, we're able to see where the robot is going and controlling where it should go. We actually think about where it should go in our mind. Should it go forward? Should it come back? Go left or right? And then we send that signal to the artificial robot in the room next door. This robot you see up here is moving 100% out of the thoughts that my students, the experimenters, have. So let's say we conduct this test 100 times. 93% of the 100 tests, the robot is able to walk and not be hampered or run into any impediments in its course of walking. So I think controlling a robot with our mind, that's gonna come sooner than later than we think. Earlier, the video or the case I showed you was between myself and my students. This is a video that was filmed by a documentary filmmaker, so you can tell the quality of the film or the video is much higher and it's much more professional. This is a case working on building an arm for a child. This child is only left with half of the length of a normal arm, and the study looked to gift the child with a normal length robot arm. The neural link that connects the child to move its arm was not yet there. So with the neural link, the study was able to take the left parts of the series of the signals and apply it on the right side. It's not simply, I think the end goal, what we're trying to achieve is important, but also the path of getting to that destination is important as well, which is why we have been tracking closely on what all these series of researches are doing and have achieved. And of course, I introduced these new researches and trends to you in a way of sharing the achievements with you today. But in another way, I wanted to show you that technology is making an impact that's bigger than we are expecting it to. It's actually entering our bodies and are transforming us into a post-human era. Every day we are impressed by what ChatGPT lets us do, and I think everything is in the same context. So how did we get here? I think humans are the only species to have completely upended the environment that we live in, namely this planet Earth. Over the past 30 years, this has been one of the most critical questions that scientists have been asking ourselves. How did humans become so superior of a species? That was the very first question that we started from. Now they're asking different questions. Now we are humbled by the fact that humans are not superior, actually. What we think is humans are a peculiar species because humans are the only species from both equators all over the planet to be able to utilize the Earth as a place of habitat. The range of living for humans covers, it's far more vast than any other animal species. It also humans are able to keep themselves warm and insulated with clothing. And somebody might ask us, what is something that only humans can do? But I think animals also have that primitive element to them as well. Humans are able to, architecture is another culmination of humans, but I think animals are able to practice their style and form of architecture as well. They're able to build up their own space in their own way. So what differentiates humans from animals as a species? That is a core question that scientists are asking this day. And at the center of that answer lies human brains. Humans have a bigger brain than other average animals. Whales actually have 7 kilo, their brains are 7 kilos. Elephants have 5 kilo brains, so their brains are actually bigger than human brains. But if you compare brain mass to the entire body mass, human brains are actually the biggest in relative. In other words, this means that most of the food energy that we consume, 23% of that is used up by our brains. So volume-wise, obviously our brains are big, but the functionality that the brain, the energy, body energy goes towards is heavily comprised or used up by our brains. In the very beginning, the volume of human brains were 600 cc's, but over the next 300,000 years, the volume increased to 1,400 cc's. How are brains able to grow? I think it's because of culture, and namely cooking. I think you've heard of cooking hypothesis. It's a hypothesis set out by Richard Langham from Harvard. He believes that human brains got bigger as humans started to consume meat, cooking it with fire. First of all, once you start cooking meat with fire, it becomes tastier. And naturally, with that change, humans were able to spend less time in digesting food. Our stomach length was able to shorten, and what we cut down on, we were able to delegate that to our brain. Humans are also social animals, more than any other species. In the cerebral cortex, one of the most advanced part of our brains has developed. We have 125 social groups if we look at it from Dunbar Group, and we're able to memorize and remember information about them and update that information and socialize using the memory that we have on them. Let's think of your friends. How many of your friends do you have that you can casually just call up for food or drinks? Let's say you have about 80 of them. It means that your social level is the same as that of a monkey. Of course, that was a joke, but case in point that humans are more social than other animals, and we have spent more time socializing than other animals. What do we do when we socialize? We don't gather. It's not that we gather and do nothing. Humans are spending more and more time socializing, and within that socializing, we're spending more time that's going toward leisure. And within this branch of leisure is what comes time that we dedicate to cultural activities. So as our brains got bigger, the tools that we use got more elaborate, more easy to use, and efficient in hunting. Humans are also able to use symbols to accumulate cultural achievements. Let's say over the past 3 million years, or the hundreds of thousands of years that humans have dedicated building up culture, ever since the advent of Homo sapiens, humans have been accumulating cultural assets. Going back to the earlier question of what makes humans so special as a species, if you ask me to name one thing, I can tell you that humans have a written form of communication, not just verbal, meaning that we're able to pass on records to the next generation. We are the only species to be able to record things on paper. Yet we can't see the same thing happening. We don't see the same thing happening yet for any other species. So by being able to pass down records and documents to the next generation, this means that we are able to build on culture as time evolves. And as that culture builds up, that's what gives humans the upper strength that humans have, and we call this the cultural brain hypothesis. It's very well known. It's needless to say that humans have evolved with culture, but the cultural brain hypothesis says that culture has actually changed the form of civilization and the lives that humans live and have impacted the form of society that we are living in today. One of the most recently popular scientific theories is the gene culture coevolution theory. As you may be well aware of Charles Darwin and his theory, the genetic evolution theory, survival of the fittest. Humans have evolved to adopt a lifestyle that puts them in the best position to survive and persist. And humans then pass on those kinds of genes and forms of lives to the next generation so that can help sustain their lineage. So there have been many attempts to explain the history of humans with evolution. But recently we have been seeing a change to that trend. Now we're talking about the context of culture and civilization. We're looking at that cultural element and how it interacts with genes, human genes, to evoke a change in humans. So this is actually a new school of thought that arose 20 or 30 years ago. So now we're looking at one more element when we're talking of human evolution, culture as an element that changed human genes. So I think this is in context with the discussion that you'll be holding today. How can museums preserve that culture to explain to the audience how humans have evolved and how civilization has evolved to what we are seeing today? I think you can find one of the biggest clues in culture, and I think that is why the discussions that you will be holding is so meaningful. The famous book Guns, Germs, and Steel looks very much at how biological evolution and biological assimilation has led to the human civilization that we are seeing today. I think museums can also provide contribution and insight into answering the same type of questions. We also may wonder, are we going to continue to exist a million years down the road? No one might be sure. What about 1,000 years later? Are we still going to be here? Are Homo sapiens still going to be living on this planet Earth 1 century later? I don't know if there are many of us that can answer positively to that question. It's something I always bring up over dinner. What about 500 years later, 300 years later? Are you going to see humans exist on Earth? 1,000 is something that we can't vouch for, let alone 500 and 300. Recently, probably not even 100 years. I'm seeing more and more people provide a gloomy outlook on the fact that humans might not be able to exist in the next 100 years, and that speaks for the fact that we are faced with such serious climate crisis. If you asked me the same question maybe 10 years ago, I would point you to 10 plus million years of human history and tell you that we'll probably continue to exist. But now stakes have changed. Global average temperature continues to rise, and if it rises 1.4 degrees Celsius more, it's going to place biodiversity in grave danger. 3 degrees rise is going to take less than 100 years. It's hard to believe, right? We still have such cold winters and hot summers. what's the fuss about 2 degrees hotter winters? But let me put this into perspective. 1 to 2 degrees Celsius increase in the ocean temperature has a detrimental impact on ocean organisms, the creatures that live in the ocean. It's just like how 1 to 2 degrees Celsius body temperature increase for humans has a big impact on our health system. So this is going to cut away the fish population and any other organisms or creatures that live off of the fish. They're also going to be decimated. So with a couple degrees of climate temperature, the temperature increase, the ocean gets decimated. We are also going to be impacted by that as well. Let's talk about coral reefs. 25% of them have already vanished from this planet. And that has resulted in 55 million people having lost their livelihoods, namely people in the fisheries industries. They lost their jobs. So now they are on the brink of poverty, and that's actually something that's happening this day and age. So one change that impacts one type of species, it reverberates into echoes into a bigger volume of impact for other creatures related in the food chain. It's not just climate action. We recently underwent a pandemic. You might think this Earth is a vast place, and it's home to 800 billion people. However, it's not so big as to protect everyone from a little epidemic that starts in one place from a couple people to spread all over the world. Epidemics and pandemics have continued to cause the loss of lives of humans over the course of the past century. And this will not stop. This pattern will not stop. It will continue to happen going forth as well. After we have just experienced 3 years of a pandemic, and I think it's given us a pretty good idea of how to maintain our lives under such crisis of a pandemic. We might move on to live in an era where we have to think about the pandemic as something that's a part of our lives, i.e., the endemic era. We can also worry about comets and their collisions to the Earth that can shut down the ecosystem completely and abruptly. We also have nuclear threats that are imminent on this planet. Many countries have their hands on nuclear power, and many of the most fatal wars in the future could be triggered by these nuclear weapons. So if you think about that, that's another scary thought. And we know that all these elements, gloomy elements that can build up to a shuddering future are already there in place. It could also be a geopolitical conflict or regional conflict. These things don't target or impact the ecosystem and the planet from the get-go. It's a chain effect. At the end of the day, they're going to cause poverty and in that form impact the Earth negatively. I also want to really mention the issue of dopamine addiction. As a neuroscientist, I feel very strongly about this issue. I don't know, well, God sent Steve Jobs to this planet, and he provided us with this flashy, catchy entertainment. Probably he had a mission to create such platform of entertainment at our hands, at our palms, that can provide us with that dopamine kick, dopamine rush. This is something that we can no longer live without. And this has pushed us away from reading books or visiting museums. It's because now our bar of entertainment has risen higher. We're probably left with much worse off vision. And LASIK surgeries, a lot of them, majority of them are performed here in Korea. And the world is actually looking at Korea to unveil the repercussions of LASIK and LASIK surgeries over the course of the next 30 to 40 years. Another core issue that's at our hands is the issue of sustainability. And you may well be aware of the 16 core and elaborate goals to work towards sustainability. Smart city is something that has been receiving a lot of attention recently. Before, this concept used to be coined as ubiquitous city to efficiently manage, or adopting technology to efficiently manage a city to protect its people. But now the concept of smart city is a little bit different. It looks into how people can be happier and how cities can be made more sustainable. So it's an entirely different paradigm of technology adaptation that we're looking to merge or integrate into cities. It's a form of a campaign, I'd even say. I was a part of the Sejong City Master Plan, and we didn't want to create a technopia. We wanted to look at ways of allowing humans to coexist with nature and at the same time increase humanistic values and live with a higher standard of living and utilize sustainable energy. So that's what the project set out to look for, and the test beds of testing that initiative out is established in the cities of Sejong and Busan in Korea. So I guess the core message and the core takeaway here today would be, what is the most important thing to achieve a sustainable society? I think that would come down to people's attitudes and the core values of people. At the end of the day, what we need is an attitude change, a mindset change of humans. A materialistic or consumption-based or capitalistic mindset is something that we should stray away from. More people should bear in mind the sustainability of civilization and humanity and be open to fine-tuning their lives, everyday lives, to work towards sustainability. And how can we achieve that? I think at the center of that movement should lie museums. Libraries, museums, science museums, all these institutions are better off than any other to take on the said role. I do surely hope that museums can take on that mission for the humanity. Rarely did we see the issues of environment get addressed in museums up until now. However, in a lot of the museums in Europe, they already included environment as a part of their exhibition, as the core of their mission. I'm sure you have been to some of them or been exposed to them, and I hope this is something that can be expanded. So in that context, this symposium, Museums and the Sustainable Development Goals towards 2030, I think is very, very timely. And I am very excited that this symposium will take on the role of catering or garnering more attention towards sustainability here in Korea and in Asia Pacific in general. If you go to science museums, you may see this thing happening. Actually, I was first exposed to the word sustainability in the Natural Museum of History in New York. I think it was about 30 years ago. I went to the Natural History Museum and I was reading about the concept of sustainability and why or how it may impact the human civilization, and it was very, very touching. I learned that humans have existed for so long, over hundreds of thousands of years on this planet, but the way of our lives may not be sustainable anymore. That's something that I realized from my visit to the Natural Museum of History in New York. Sure, museums are home to archiving historical, cultural relics and exhibiting them, studying them, and sharing them with the society. And that's, needless to say, a very pivotal function that museums play in this day and age. However, over the past couple years or couple decades, I feel as one of the visitors and a part of the audience that museums are undergoing change. Museums are becoming more open. Museums are becoming more aligned. They're trying to be on the same page as their audience. They're trying to change their space to allow the audience and the visitors to learn instead of just unilaterally passing on knowledge. I think museums are also important in discovering social agendas and sharing that gravity with the local community. And museums can also become platforms and channels of hosting these kinds of talks and discussions and creating synergy effect with the people in sharing opinions. So that's the future and the role of museums that I hope for and envision. And not just for tangible assets. I think museums can also encompass the virtual space as well, the metaverse space, namely to say. So hopefully I think museums, or I hope that museums will be able to expand their capacity further on. So museums will take on local and global roles. Our world will continue to evolve from the physical atom-composed world to a digital world, and this is what we call the digital twin. In other words, physical limitations will no longer have meaning. People will be able to transcend between, from and to a physical space to a virtual space and back. And that's going to bring about changes in education and learning. And I think museums definitely have a role to play in facilitating that change as well. AI is continuing to impress us every day and surprise us every day. Last week, I read in the news that AI has now the level of intelligence of a PhD student. I think in the next 3 to maybe 10 years, conservatively, AI will be able to perform or will be able to procure and secure intelligence to the level that's more advanced than humans. 2020, in the past, intelligence contests that were held, AI actually outcompeted human contestants in performance. So we can say that artificial intelligence is leading what we call intelligence. We're also going to witness what we call general intelligence. What this means is that individuals, when they find something that they want to learn or they want to ask questions about, they're going to interact with AI in achieving that new knowledge. So that's another change that we need to be mindful of, or museums should be mindful of, in posing new questions for its audiences and the society. So audiences have changed, visitors and the environments that they live in have changed, their expectations have gone up. The Earth is undergoing many changes and transformations, and I hope museums are able to encompass all those transformations going forward. And I do believe that this symposium is very timely for discussing how museums can also transform evolve as well. As scientists, we believe that it is possible for humans to change their mindset, meaning that we can go from the capitalistic, materialistic values that we have right now over to considering thinking about the value of sustainability that's important for our civilization. And museums, once again, scientists believe that museums can facilitate this evolution or mindset change. Recently, there have been some researches that have allowed for neural research tools to monitor the changes that are going on in the museum. So we put a device on the visitors as they are going through the exhibitions and monitored their physiological signs, their heartbeat, or their rate of breath. So these studies were able to track the types of experiences the audiences are getting in different museums and exhibitions. And all of the papers that have conducted or that speak of this type of research say that people walk out with a completely different type of thinking or parts of the brain, or with the experience that they are exposed to in the museums. Sometimes they are challenged to think. Sometimes they are touched and impressed. And while all these and as the scientists monitored what goes on in people's minds or in brains as they are in the museums, we saw some of them were perspirating. Some of them had a higher heartbeat. Some of them spent a longer time in front of certain installations. Actually, myself, we have conducted a similar research as well for art galleries. We allowed our experimenters to roam around in an art gallery, and we monitored their reactions. So we looked at what different pieces and what kind of impacts they had on the audiences. When they saw very vague 20th century impressionist art, they had a lot of question marks. It's very confusing or hard to interpret. It can be very hard to interpret, but based on what information they are given or what they are told, we saw that people had different reactions and different ways of feeling, interacting with the piece. Because we told them about a little bit of the background of a piece, who was the painter, what kind of a life the painter lived, and what events led up to the painter painting this piece, what kind of critique it received, how expensive a certain piece was. So after audiences were given these types of information, they were standing in front of the same piece, but their brain reaction, their neurological reaction was completely different. There are parts of our brains that basically light up when humans feel awe, or if humans are in the face of something beautiful, and we saw that happen. Critiques, the reactions that we saw from these visitors are very important in understanding what kind of an impact other people's perspectives have on establishing sort of like an opinion for certain people. So we're able to witness these neurological changes. Also, people's reaction changes depending on the order of the exhibition. It could be the same art piece that's up for interpretation. But if we put it in like a gloomy setting of an exhibition, the piece may seem more the piece may seem to be expressing more of a treacherous environment. Or if you put it next to another piece of a middle-aged man portrait, it could evoke a different type of a reaction to another person. Sometimes people look at different things, like have different focal points when they're looking at the same piece. So the interpretation of audiences varies on the context of the exhibition, the theme of the exhibition, the order of the exhibition. There are many different factors that go into interpreting one piece neurologically. And when it comes to what kind of information people derive, before we used to look at authoritative. People used to value authoritative opinion, meaning that opinions or critiques came from authorities of the industry. But now people value majority opinion, meaning if there's a consensus that many people have reached, then that's something that audiences value in forming their own opinions. Actually, we have seen a new trend is that people value the opinions of other people that might have like-minded interests as them. So that's a new factor that we discovered that impacts what kind of interpretations and analysis gets formed in people's heads. Recently in our research lab, we were looking into ChatGPT, whether we should look at it as an authoritative data source or a social data source. Actually, one of my students is doing a research on this. And it's because more and more people are starting to use ChatGPT, and the more we start to treat ChatGPT as a personality, the high probability there is that we are treating it as a social object and engage it in a social interaction with it. So depending on how we see and perceive ChatGPT, I think it can be deduced to what kind of different marketing approaches should be applied. So there are a lot of implications in this realm as well. Recently, I actually want to share with you my last sort of a rationale of what kind of roles museums can play. One of the superstars in my industry, Jack Gallant, put a person in an MRI machine and played different types of videos to the person, monitored the neural activity, and was able to recreate what kind of videos the person was seeing without knowing what they were seeing, just looking at their neural activities. So this is the recreated form of video that was, I guess, regenerated from that experience. It's lower quality than the original film, but it's quite similar, you can see. I think the similarity is going to increase, get better and better, the proximity to the day where if our brain can be tracked when we sleep, we would be able to one day recreate our dreams into a video clip. So it was very interesting. Another paper that Jack Gallant published, he played audiobooks to a person in an fMRI machine, Moby Dick. When the person heard the word whale, it triggered a certain reaction in their brain. And then when they heard the word whale again, they looked at what part of the brain lit up and was able to sort of map out what part of the brain reacts when they hear or are able, when the person is thinking of the word whale. I think this will help us find out or sort of get into the eureka moment of humans, right? Whenever the eureka moment happens, the anterior superior temporal gyrus activation is what's responsible of hyping up the climax of the eureka moment, the aha moment. This activation happens at the very end, that the sense of release that we feel from the eureka moment. So there are different parts of the brain that come to play when that reaction happens. And these different types are parts of the brain is able to weave together the many different topics, even the topics that are so remotely unrelated to what we're talking about, and encompass it all into one big circle. Why am I talking about this? So I looked at our language map. If you look at our language map, what's connected is the concepts that we feel are very relevant to our lives. We can come to museums and exhibitions, be exposed to new types of thinking and new forms of art that we have yet to be exposed to. I think it will be able to trigger us to think in a certain way that we weren't able to before. Humans often say that we live for happiness. That's our ultimate goal. What's needed to achieve that? First, we probably need to help others. Cut down on food consumption, especially meat, and work out, exercise more. But actually, I want to boldly say that humans don't seek to be happy. Humans seek pleasure, actually. Sitting around with good company, enjoying good food, and hoping that this type of life will persist tomorrow and the day after, that's what humans want. We are living in an age of dopamine, an age of inundation of dopamine. Museums now, I believe, have to play a role in dragging people out of their smartphones back to the physical space of libraries and museums, because only then humans will be able to look around what's around them, foliages, flowers blossoming, people aging, and people will be able to reflect back on their lives and what life is, what this world is consisting of, the value of sustainability, and be able to transform their way of thinking. So all of that comes down to what kind of exhibitions museums provide, in what form and what manner. And it is in the space of museums here that people will be able to learn about the world. And though we live in this small community and a country, we'll be able to see the world that it is through the different art pieces or exhibitions at museums. One of the greatest achievements of human brains is that human brains consistently throw at us or pose questions. What is your life goal? Is what you're doing right now valuable for your life? There are parts of our brains that pose or get us to pose these questions. Different parts of our brain interact with one another to share information, updated information on the questions that I just listed out. And if we are able to come up with an answer to these questions, it means that we are living a productive life, and we are living a new form of a life, a new lifestyle, and that is the motivation. And that's what we call motivation in the neurological sense. That's one of the most pivotal modern findings that we have been able to discover in human brains. And museums are pioneering to motivate human brains in that way, on and on. And it's needless to say, I can't say enough how important of a role museums have played and will continue to play going forward in the future. Thank you. I'll wrap my talk up here.
Thank you so much for your inspiring and also very knowledgeable and information. There are so many informations that we have to follow up because you suggested so many recent researches and going on. And especially I'm impressed that because I heard about the Peabody Essex Museum was doing partnership with Harvard University, that how people react in the exhibitions. And I'm glad that I can maybe find out about it because it's reported, right? Sure. And also the way that he presented that we can ask that how. In the first, he said, what makes a human unique? And we can change it to what makes museum unique in this context. And also, will human civilization still thrive in 1,000 years? Maybe we can change it to, will museum can still thrive maybe in 100 years, and how? So it's very thought-provoking for us. And I cannot really summarize it, but it's the core value is that in your lecture, that it really says that our new Icom definition of museums. And an Icom museum definition is open to the public, accessible and inclusive museums, foster diversity and sustainability. They operate and communicate ethically, professionally, and with the participation of communities, offering varied experiences of education, enjoyment, and reflection, and knowledge sharing. So he really covered this whole area. So without much ado, is there any questions and comments from the floor? He is available.
In my talk, I didn't emphasize the diversity, but you mentioned that. But that's really important, I guess. Yeah, diversity produces the creativity, and that's finally producing the agenda, the significant agenda for the society and even local community. Yeah, that's a good comment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And also that his key value that we can take, and as a person, for me, that is a change of paradigm thinking, because the museums was very inward and then very academically focused interpretation. But unless we really change our own frame, the different kind of museums, diverse museums, we have to connect with each other, then we can really serve the public. So that's my inspiration for this lecture. Please, I welcome any comment and questions.
Yeah.
It's a rare opportunity for, especially for Korean audience,
그럼
to any.
better summary
Carol?
than my talk.
Yes, is there a microphone? Thank you.
네, 질문 주십시오.
Please, if you have any questions.
Yes, I hope I'll be able to sort of phrase this in a way that's comprehensible. I mean, first of all, thank you. That was
Thank
a
you.
really very stimulating introduction to the conference.
Did you enjoy the talk?
Yes, very
So
much.
I didn't hear the interpretation, but I'm sure you enjoyed the talk.
I think the interpretation
hope
was very
so.
good because I got a lot out of it.
Yeah.
I don't know whether you can comment on this, but I am very interested in what seems to me to be a disconnect, because what you have described is that people are capable of a great deal of information processing up to the knowledge level, and I think we do that. And much of which you described in terms of the crisis facing, particularly the climate and the ramifications of that, is relatively well known. So we have that knowledge. I think, there's general knowledge about that. But there seems to be a gap between knowledge and the action to resolve that problem. Now, can you comment on, what is it in the cognitive process that is the reason for that disconnect? Because I think that's very important for museums. Okay?
Yeah, that's a very important topic. Knowledge does not produce the actions in our daily life. So we need some kind of awareness, the deep awareness towards the social issues, social problems like climate change. That change our lifestyles and produce the new actions for our community. I believe that the artwork or the aesthetic experience within the museum or gallery might produce might induce that kind of actions. I don't know how, but you're an experts. Yeah, I'm viewers. Yeah, so but according to my experience, yeah, sometimes the in front of the one art pieces or the small, the ancient pieces. Yeah, I'm really touching, and yeah, I think a lot about Earth or human civilizations and what I can do, and how I change my life. Yeah, afterwards. Yeah, that's an amazing experience, I guess. So that might be the important role of museum and the galleries or national history museums, I guess. Do you have any experience to induce the actions in our daily life?
The question that it leaves me with is whether museums have to be more interventionist. You know, we're actually very good at presenting information. We're actually very good at creating those forums of around issues of relevance. We do that quite well. But if we really want the kind of change which is necessary to save our civilization from extinction, I have a question about whether or not we have to be more interventionist and actually have a call to action. That it's not enough to just present the information or to create a forum for discussion, whether or not the next step is to actually, do something much more interventionist, and that has ethical ramifications for museums. So it's a question. I'm very interested in what other people think.
Yeah.
Yep. I can totally understand what she's saying, because museums always talk about the knowledge, but now we talk about experience. So maybe it's a future partnership with a brain scientist, that how this knowledge and experience go jump in our brain to make a different value and then make an action. So maybe it's a future partnership with you and the museums.
Yeah,
So maybe it's not really clear. The only the museums can do is we do the evaluation and assessment, and how we impact evaluation, that how the individual experience would change and get into the action. So
sometimes scientific talk or dialogue or conversation with experts about the social issues might induce the transformational life change. Yeah, so the museum can provide the talks or conversation with, or the discussions from the citizens as well. Yeah, that might be helpful, I guess.
Okay. There. Could you introduce yourself, please?
네.
Very short.
네, 정재승.
Hello. Thank you for this memorable presentation once again, Professor Chung. My name is Chu Ha-na, Senior Researcher at Public Design Research Center at Hongik University. I am studying social description as an art therapist and a public designer. So my theme for research is social prescription. I know that at museum you can increase quality of life of people, and you work on relationship between the objects of the museum and spectators. And I think your presentation is quite relevant to my research areas. I researched in this May about young adults. I think young adults are especially struggling these days, and I was researching how museums can help these young adults. And as they are involved in museum activities, they can write down surveys for their quality of life, recognize their stress levels, they can evaluate loneliness, and they also went through the inspection for cortisol levels to understand physiological activities and cognitive activities, and not everyone was showing the same results. And one thing I want to mention was one group had a great experience in reducing stresses here by coming to museums, whereas there were other groups who had benefits from other interventions, and there were even people who had even higher stress levels by coming to the museum. So then how can we carry out practices in terms of addressing all these different demographics? Well, first of all, I think your theme of research is really important. And I really hope that museums and art museums should contribute to relieving stress and contributing to their quality of life. But we have to admit that everyone has different standards and different experiences and preferences. That's very obvious. And which types of people or demographics are going to experience what? Like that specifics are going to be the follow-up research. We need to have data about those demographics. Without the demographics data, I think you saw just simple final outcome and results. So what you saw was who experienced what, from what experience they responded in which way. So once you go towards the previous stage and the deep dive stage, you can create a custom and curated experience for different groups. And in addition, you can also induce expected and desired results. You'll have a better understanding about how to curate then individual exhibitions. And I believe that brain science can contribute to that, even if it's small. So please come and work with us so that our labs get messy by working with you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bart Ankersmit from the Netherlands. I would like to ask you, well, let me first thank you very much for your presentation. I would like to ask you, you showed a kind of a hierarchy in decision making. So value-based decision making is a very rational type of decision making. And I was wondering if we would like to have a behavioral change in how people manage their lives and museums manage their collections. Does that need a more reward-driven approach? So basically get into the dopamine era, as you say, or is that not the right way to go?
I believe if you can kindly go back to the very last slide of my presentation. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very practical question. Goal and values are processed in the prefrontal cortex, and these systems, which is called system 2, which means they are making the complex decision making and more deliberative, more thoughtful, and more rational. And on the other hand, the nucleus accumbens is within the limbic system. So another name is dopamine systems, the more rewarding circuits, and their response is quite autonomic and very rapid. That is associated with pleasure and bliss. The key message of this circuit is that the interactions between the deliberative systems and the automatic systems are more important and their interactions are significant. So, of course, rewarding and dopamine response is very critical. And the amygdala is associated with the emotion, particularly the fear, surprise, and the deep emotional change can produce the new actions in our daily life. So their contribution might be significant. But more importantly, the nucleus accumbens, the amygdala in this limbic system, very old primitive circuits are important, but that is not enough to produce the new actions, the new change, new transformational life styles. Deliberative systems are more critical, and we need to we need to answer the questions from the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex and the deliberative system. What's the goal in your life? And is it important to our society? Or how do you contribute to your community? Yes. So we need to answer both questions, the very primitive and very deliberative. Yeah, so their interactions are significant according to the neuroscience. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes. If any comment from Maurianne, please? Nope. It's just, please. Michael.
Thank you. Maureen Rees. I'm the chair of the new Icom International Committee, Icom Sustain. And you talked then, the last remark you made was contrasting community and, if I interpreted correctly, the individual. Community is something that museums are certainly focusing on after the last museum definition. Have you got any, in terms of this change of attitudes you've been talking about, we're talking about a change of attitude in an individual, but it also has to be community-based. Have you any comment around that?
Wow. Yeah, that's another important question. Of course, museum can change the individuals and their behaviors, actions, and the lifestyles. But more significantly, the community should change. Yeah. Actually, that's your question to pursue, to answer. That is typical, significantly. So, as you know, in modern Korean society, the individualism is more prevailing compared with the 20th century. But there is a little bit difference between the Korean individualism and the Western individualism. In the Western individualism, they're more focusing on the human rights and still emphasizing the community contributions. But in Korea, the community contribution is not the important question because the individualism is against the collectivism. Yeah, it's a big difference. So we're still pursuing the individualism, but does not realize or taking the much sense on the community contributions. So the museum's role is significant, particularly significant in Korea, I guess. How? Big question.
Well, maybe we have to take that step that Carol was just talking about and invite the communities in to make decisions in museums rather than asking them what they think about it. That you must invite the community in.
Yeah, so there are a lot of things to do between the scientific communities and the museum to pursue the same goal within the museum. And particularly the brain scientists are very interested in how the brains can be changed by the aesthetic experience or the museum experience. So that might be a good collaborative issues for together for the communities, Korean communities. Yeah, I think that's an important comment.
Thank you, Maurian, and thank you, Professor Jung, for your answer. The Maurian's comment is very important for us because as a brain scientist, he was talking about individual brain, how functions, and then how they change their frame of thinking. But as a museum, we are talking about collective values and then communities. So that's different set, and it's very important that he said that individualism in Korea is different from Western way of thinking and individualism. So we have to work with the communities that we serve. So some communities are different from each museum, because we have to know them and how these the values work, and then maybe from there they can take the actions. So back to scale one, then we have to think about the role of the museums in this sustainability development. And that's it for this session. And thank you, Professor Chang. And please give a big round of applause. And we close this session and we'll convene. Oh, okay. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you once again. Once again, thank you, Professor Jae-seung Jung, for your keynote speech. Let's give him a round of applause. And once again, thank you, Miss Vice President Chang, for being a wonderful moderator. We were going to take a 30-minute break from 11 to 11:30. However, we had a lot of comments and active discussion with the floor, so we went 14 minutes over time. The next session will begin at 11:30 as scheduled, so please take a 15-minute break and let's pick it back up at 11:30. Thank you.
반응 알려드릴게요. 이게 정원이 이거 어떻게?
네, 잠시 후에 파트너십 섹션.
We'll be starting the next session soon. Please be seated.
이 학술대회는 오프라인과 온라인
Today's symposium is being held both on and offline. It is a hybrid event, so we'd like to stay on schedule by the minute. So, following the keynote speech, we'd like to commence the first session, partnership session. The moderator of this session is Director of Icom IMREC, as well as the Chair of Icom ASPEC, Professor at School of Heritage and Information Management at Shanghai University, Professor Lai-Shen An. Please join me in welcoming Professor An.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to our partnership session. Today, we get together to explore the critical role of partnership in achieving the SDGs through the lines of museums and cultural institutions. Museums, as a centers of knowledge and cultural preservation, have unique opportunities to drive social, economic, environmental transformation. Our session today will debate around three provocative questions. One, can museums shape partnerships around the SDGs? Second, what form do these partnerships take? And third, what opportunities and challenges do they present? So we are honored to have three distinguished speakers from different parts of the world, each bringing wealth of experience and insight into how museum can foster impactful partnership for sustainable development. Our first speaker is Professor Weifeng Wu from China, a former director of the Museum of Guangxi Autonomous Region. He also serves as the president of Guangxi Museums Association and an advisor to graduate programs at Guangxi Normal University and the Guangxi Art Institute. Professor Wu has been the forefront leveraging museums to build social partnerships. And his leadership, Guangxi Museums have significantly contributed to the social development, poverty alleviation, and rural revitalization since the 1990s. His work involves collaboration with locally grassrooted organizations and other institutions to improve the social economic conditions of the rural communities. He will discuss the project that support the grassroots organizations, enhance rural economies, and promote cultural heritage through local initiatives. Unfortunately, Weifeng Wu cannot be with us in person because of other commitment, but we will listen to him through his video presentation. Let's welcome Mr. Weifeng Wu.
尊敬的各位同行、各位朋友，大家好，我是广西壮族秩序博物馆的吴伟峰。今天我跟大家交流的题目是博物馆助力解决社会问题。广西壮族秩序博物馆成立于1934年，到今年已经走过了90年的发展历程。目前的广西博物馆建筑面积33000平米，展厅面积12000平米，馆藏文物10万余件。广西博物馆目前有8个固定陈列，2个临时展览。2022年8月24日，在布拉格举行的第26届Icom 大会框架下 ，Icom 特别大会通过了新的博物馆定义。博物馆是为社会服务的非营利性常设机构，它研究、收藏、保护、阐释和展示物质与非物质遗产，向公众开放，具有可及性和包容性，促进多样性和可持续性。博物馆以符合道德且专业的方式进行运营和交流，并在社区的参与下，为教育、欣赏、深思和知识共享提供多种体验。除了承担博物馆的常规展览、收藏、保护、研究、宣传、教育等核心业务工作以外，广西博物馆还积极履行社会责任，长期以来致力于助力解决社会问题。从上个世纪90年代开始，广西博物馆就积极响应社会发展的需求，主动拓宽工作领域，深入广西乡镇农村，贴近群众，发挥自身优势，助力解决社会问题。所要承担的主要工作内容是响应、配合政府的中心工作，帮助或者引领当地的基层组织建设、社会主义教育活动、新农村建设、文化下乡、精准扶贫、乡村振兴等工作。具体工作包括了发动群众种植养殖、宣讲政策，还有就是筹措资金修路、修桥、志愿者服务、扶贫、帮扶、资助等。近10年，每年都有博物馆工作人员在乡村工作，派出的常驻人员有管领导、中层干部或业务骨干。派出时间最长有2年，最短半年。2013年11月，习近平总书记到湖南湘西考察时，提出了精准扶贫的重要指示。2015年，这个概念就涉及到了广西博物馆。在4年内，也就是2020年，让广西昭平县黄窑镇凤梨村68家贫困农户脱贫，这样我们就明确了更加具体的任务。我任馆长期间，负责村内最贫困的一户脱贫。那么任务还包括筹集后援单位资金，帮助贫困村完善基层组织及村部、村文化站、学校课桌椅等相关设施。组织村干部外出学习培训也是一个常态工作。为了汲取发达地区的先进经验和措施，启发今后发展的思路，帮助村民引进良种，开展种植、养殖等工作，是日常的工作。主要目的是壮大乡村集体经济，引领村民的发展。 广西博物馆在馆内设立贫困村特产卖场，销售原产于农村的土特产，盈利转而用于精准扶贫。农村的产品因为有机、生态而在城市受到欢迎。所谓的精准扶贫，就是帮助村里的特困户。这就是村里的特困户。3个小姑娘，父亲因为车祸去世，母亲改嫁，住在破旧的老房子里，3个人睡一铺床。小姑娘自己做饭吃，尽管有一些生活和学习的补助，但还是很困难。广西博物馆通过扶贫专营店的收入，为3姐妹建了新房，总共3室2厅，每个人都有属于自己的一间房，每间房都有洗手间，预留增盖1层的基础。广西博物馆首创的博物馆扶贫特产专营店在国内产生了影响，湖南省里耶勤俭博物馆也设立了精准扶贫专柜。管领导每年都要与帮扶的贫困户吃饭，交流感情，鼓励今后发展的信心，为今后的发展出谋献策。菜和饮料都是自己买了带过去，甚至还在村里培育了民族服饰表演队。广西博物馆注意发挥博物馆的文化保护和传承特色，在扶贫和乡村振兴的工作中，选择与博物馆具体业务工作有关的，列入广西非遗名录的刺绣织锦项目。这些项目在农村有一定的基础，缺乏的是提升和适应市场经济。广西博物馆想方设法培养农村的绣娘成为工艺美术师，通过博物馆文化创意部门的辅导设计来增加产品的市场价值。农村绣女的作品在博物馆文创设计师和刺绣师傅的指导下水平日益提升，主要通过博物馆的扶贫专柜进行销售，本地也有购买。广西博物馆申报的壮族织锦项目荣获国家第1批非遗加扶贫就业工坊项目，努力实现农村传统手工技艺的生产性保护和推广性传承，以实实在在的文化和经济效益吸引着当地农民的加入，唤醒技艺，传承技艺。壮锦技艺传承人研培班开花结果，成功培养出多位技术娴熟的织锦能手，通过他们来影响和带动更多人参与到传统织绣技艺的学习中，也生产开发了文创产品。经过重新设计的壮锦产品符合市场的需求，在馆内和合作者的文创空间里销售。帮扶的农村妇女每年都有实实在在的收入，制作的壮锦工艺品只在农闲时开展，收入最多的单是这一项就实现了脱贫的目标。广西博物馆与广西亚热带植物研究所及合作公司在贫困村种植莲花，开发成莲花茶，引导农村发展多种经济。目前莲花茶已经在广西流行。在贫困村建成生态博物馆。2003年开始，广西博物馆的工作人员就具体参与负责广西10座生态博物馆的规划和建设。具有这方面的经验和体会， 也感受到生态博物馆的力量和作用。中国生态博物馆之父苏东海先生认为，生态博物馆是对自然环境、人文环境、有形遗产、无形遗产进行整体保护、原地保护，在发展中保护和居民自己保护，从而使人们与物与环境处于固有的生态关系中，并和谐地向前发展的一种博物馆新理念、新方法。相信通过农村生态博物馆的建设，对于保护、传承民族文化、带动文化旅游的发展、农户脱贫、乡村振兴将会起到作用。博物馆不是一个人在单打独斗，而是寻找合作伙伴，共同推动事业的发展。广西博物馆长期以广西织绣发展研究会、广西金壮锦公司、广西亚热带植物研究所等单位合作，发挥各自优势，使得精准扶贫和乡村振兴有着光明的前景和美好的未来。广西博物馆在与广西织绣发展研究会、金壮锦合作过程中，发挥专业特长，帮助建成了广西壮锦博物馆，实现共赢。直到现在，广西博物馆拥有工作人员在乡村开展扶贫和振兴工作，主要目标是推动农业农村现代化，改善农村生活环境，提升农村经济的发展质量和效益。广西博物馆将长期担负助力解决社会问题的职责和任务。今天的我的发言就到这里，谢谢大家。欢迎大家到广西壮族自区博物馆参观访问。
Thanks, Wei Feng, for his excellent presentation. He highlighted the collaborative efforts with different organizations to promote sustainable development culturally and naturally, socially and economically, especially the contribution that's made for the poverty alleviation in the rural areas of Guangxi Autonomous Region. He also mentioned the introduction of the concept of eco-museum and the practices in these specific ethnic minority communities. So I hope his presentation have been inspired by all of us. Thank you again. So the second speaker is Dr. Doris Ruth Ora. I hope my pronunciation is understandable. From Austria, and an art manager, consultant, and author, deeply engaged in promoting cultural impact through arts and culture. She's affiliated with Icom Austria and has rich background in leading renowned art institutions in Vienna. Doris is an expert in art management and impact strategy. He has authored several books and regularly gives lectures and talks. Doris is also an alumna of the Ashoka Visionary Program that has been instrumental in fostering inclusion, sustainability, and the 17 SDGs through project. He will discuss with us how museum can raise public awareness of social, economic, and environmental challenges. So Dora will also join us and share with us her presentation through a video. So let's show the video from Dora.
Hi everyone, my name is Doris. I'm from Austria, Vienna. Welcome to my presentation. Thank you very much for joining. And thank you to Icom Korea for inviting Icom Austria and me to be part of your conference. I'm an art manager and museum consultant, and I work very closely with Icom Austria, mainly on the topic of the 17 SDGs, on inclusion, on diversity. And I will present you today one of our initiatives on the SDGs. For this, I will go to the presentation, just a moment. Okay, so the project was called 17 Museums, 17 SDGs. And it started in 2021, which was actually during the Corona lockdown. And as you all might remember, this was a time where museums were closed, and which was a big challenge. And most of the museums used the time to discuss their role in society today. So did we as well. Corona forced us to rethink museums, but after Corona, and we still live in challenging times, the kind of rethinking, reflection is continuing. We have ongoing wars, we have a global political and economic crisis. We have to rethink the values and missions of our museums. Climate change is forcing us to rethink the relationship between humankind and nature. And so within Icom Austria, there is a lot of discussing about how relevant are museums with their collections and exhibitions today, how can they act as role models for a better and more sustainable world, how can they foster a sense of belonging, of shared values for their communities, and how can they make their role in shaping our society more visible and accessible. So with this in mind, Icom Austria developed the project 17 Museums, 17 SDGs, because the 17 SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals with the Agenda 2030 are an ideal framework for every one of us, and therefore for museums as well. They are an agenda for the sustainable transformation of our society on an economic, social, and ecological level. They are a call to action for everyone, for individuals as well as institutions. They are a universal call to action to protect the planet and improve the lives and prospects of everyone, everywhere. And they can be broken down on a local level and can be met by providing social solutions. So what did we actually do? Icom Austria invited 17 museums Austrian-wide. You see here a map of Austria. You see here a map of Austria with the 17 museums. Each museum chose one SDG, actual by lottery, because we wanted to have it on a kind of equal level. So each museum chose one SDG by lottery, and the 17 museums range were spread all over Austria and ranged from very small museums to the big museums, from art museums to scientific museums to memorials, outdoor museums. So a broad range, because every museum can contribute to the SDGs. And we asked them to develop specific projects and activities for the one SDG they choose. The photo you see here on top was at the press conference when we started the project. In the middle, you see the Minister of Culture of Austria, who funded the project. On the right side, you see Bettina Leidl, who was then the president of Icom Austria. And on the left side, you see me. I was the project manager. I would like to tell you a little about the process that we set up. It was a process that was going on for a whole year. Each museum had to nominate a team among their staff. It was cross-departmental, so the staff members were from different departments, and we had, depending on the size of the museums, from two teams with 2 members up to 6 or 7 members. And they all had to participate in a series of workshops that we set up, which were on the topics you see here in the arrows. So it's a whole process about understanding the SDGs, what they are and what their sub-goals are. So one workshop on understanding, a second workshop on connecting the SDGs to the actual museum work, then a third workshop that was generating and evaluating the ideas, and then a fourth workshop about how to plan it, the project management, how to integrate the activities in the institution, and a last workshop on communication and storytelling, which I'll talk about a little later. So it was a combination of knowledge transfer within the workshops and co-creating ideas and implementing them. And the nice thing was that, remember, it was during Corona, so lockdown. So we had to organize the workshops online, which gave all the museums Austrian-wide with all the members in the staff the opportunity to participate and exchange with each other. So sometimes we had 70 people participating in the workshops. We made working groups online on Zoom, so they could co-create together, they could reflect on each other's ideas. This process actually had a huge impact on the staff. It changed a lot within the museums, within the institutions, because if you want to be a role model for your audience, for your stakeholders, then you first have to reflect on the SDGs internally. So many participants of these teams had those discussions about what the SDGs are, about how to contribute to them as a museum. They had these internal discussions for the first time. And so it was a lot about raising awareness on their own behaviors and what to change in their daily working routines. Of course, target groups were not only the staff, but the visitors and the stakeholders. And what was really important for all the museums to create projects where participation and inclusion was an important aspect and a key objective. So strengthening local communities, inclusion, participation, also diversity is per se a part of the SDGs. So the museums took that aspect very seriously. And by inviting visitors and stakeholders to discuss with the museum teams, to generate solutions together and to co-create the settings. So you see here a few examples of how they have been working with their visitors and stakeholders. The activities themselves were also very interdisciplinary, cross-departmental, and in some way unusual, maybe not what you would expect from a museum. Many museums reflected and reread their collections and programs. So they made interventions in permanent exhibitions in their collections. They had temporary artistic installations. They had guided tours. They had a lot of discourse events. But also, and of course, workshops with kids, with different communities, but also, for example, a swap market where you could exchange things, a repair cafe, a biodiversity day, educational programs that were led by farmers, a podcast on how to bring peace into the world, a series of portraits of local craftsmen. You see one in the middle upper row, and about their knowledge that is in danger to get lost. So a broad range of activities, very creative. And a third important aspect, so the staff, the awareness in the institutions, the activities, the participatory aspect with the visitors and the communities. And third, the communication itself. You see, we created, Icom Austria created a logo, which consisted of several elements, 17 by 17, then the explanation, 17 museums, 17 sustainable development goals, and you could combine that logo with each or all of the SDGs. So some museums created walls in their entrance halls to make their visitors firsthand aware of what are the SDGs, what are we doing. Some museums gave daily kind of tips, do-it-yourself tips. What can you as a stakeholder do on social media? So also a broad range of activities. And the nice thing with this communication kit that we provided for all the participating museums is that it was easy to integrate it into each museum's own corporate identity, and at the same time ensure that the project's overall visibility and recognizability is given. And it also helped the museums to raise awareness about the SDGs and about the project in general. Before I finish, a few words on what followed after that project. We finished it in 2022. So it was important for us that it doesn't just stay on a project level and then after a few years no one remembers, but that it has really a long-term impact. And how did we do this? By motivating the museum members of Icom to continue with their engagement, supporting them with a manual, how to work with the SDGs and incorporate several SDGs, not only one, and of course not only the 17 museums that started it, but all several hundred museum members of Icom Austria. We published a manual in German and in English. You see it on the left side. It shows the process and it shows the best practice example of the 17 museums that started the initiative. You can order under the email of Icom Austria. You see it on the lower end. You can order the publication. It is for free. And in the year after the first project, we did the pilot. We did another one with 10 Vienna museums. So the 17 were all over Austria. Next year, the following year, 10 museums only in Vienna. And we are still receiving and scaling the project to other countries like Switzerland, Germany. And one last slide in the presentation, another important initiative that resulted from that pilot is, it's called Museum Guide Inclusive. It's a guide, a printed guide showcasing 130 museums all over Austria, what they offer for people with disabilities and special needs. So their offers in regard to accessibility and to inclusion, especially inclusive educational programs. And the first guide was issued in 2023. We are just working on the second edition, which will come out end of this year. And there's also a website. You have all the information online as well. So that's it, the fast version of the presentation. Thank you very much for listening. If you want to engage in the discussion, if you want to have more information about the project, please contact either me. You have the email address here, doris@dorisrothauer.com, or you can also contact Elke Kellner. She's the CEO of Icom Austria at icom.österreich.at. Thank you very much for listening, and have a nice rest of the conference.
Thanks, Doris, for her wonderful sharing. She presented the initiatives of Icom Austria, in particular the successful project named 17 times 17 projects, which invited 17 Austrian museums to develop ideas contributing the 17 SDGs. These kind of initiatives not only impact visitors and communities, but also staff, in bettering the sustainability of organizations, institutions, and of museums and other organizations. Thanks, Doris, once again for this insightful presentation. So the next and the last speaker for this morning session is Dr. Marcella Rota from Italy. Marcella is architect and a researcher specialized in cultural heritage, sustainability, and museums. She's the member of Icom strategic committee, planning committee, and Icom Sustain, and also the organization named Musei Integrated. I think it's Italian, huh? Yeah. Okay, good. So Marcella holds a PhD in cultural heritage and has extensive experience in research, museology, architecture projects with a focus on sustainability. She has coordinated strategic projects for museums, enhancement, and regeneration, focusing on sustainability and energy efficiency. So let's give Marcella a warm welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor, and thank you for the invitation, and to all the organizers. Again, to Icom IMREC, to Icom Korea, and for yesterday, Icom ASPAC. Back again here on stage for this new beginning, for this today's conference. I'm very honored to be here to present what we are doing to push museums towards sustainability. In my presentation, I want to focus on networks, how museums can network to improve sustainability. And first of all, to start and maybe synthesize how museum can summarize, how can museums organize their networks. And I have simplified the topics with these two parts. Network of museums or interinstitutional network. There are two kinds of networks that can summarize all the others, interlinked partnership, alliances, and networks that museums can reach and they can develop. These two kinds of networks have different aims, and maybe we can say that museums can form networks based on common interest, themes, and to reach different aims. And these kind of networks allows to share resources, best practices, knowledge, and promoting also the development of sustainable practice in connection with their collections. It's very important to remember this part. And for the interinstitutional networks with other stakeholders, the stakeholders are so much, and through these partnerships also with educational institutions, public administration, government agency, non-governmental organizations, and the private sector, museums can expand their research, funding, and projects implementation capabilities. And these collaborations can include joint research projects, environmental education programs, and conservation initiatives. So the options are very huge. And the aims, just briefly, of these networks can be related to the creation of thematic networks and sharing of resources and best practices or the development of joint projects. I don't want to go very deep in every specific aspects because maybe later we can discuss or I can leave you this presentation. You can see that there are a lot of words and you can read maybe also later, but I want to this holistic, to present this holistic vision. And so maybe in these networks they can develop joint projects and also very important the aspect of monitoring and evaluation through standards, benchmarks, and KPIs. Also the advocacy and policy making. Museums can participate in creating new policy and with public administration, government institutions, and also they can network to access to funding and resources because it can be easier to access to funding and resources in joint partnership in national and international calls and grants if you are a network of museums. And in my presentation, I like often to leave a lot of references and that can be useful. For sure, I have to start with the resolution number 1 of sustainability, was released in 2019. And about this Icom resolution, what I want to highlight is that for sure, we know that all the museums can be relevant for sustainability and they can play a key role. But also here, I underline this aspect that they can secure a sustainable future for all inhabitants of the planet, human and non-human. This aspect is very taking the stage, and a lot of research here are now focusing on this relationship between human and non-human. I'll be back on these topics later in a moment. And after this resolution, as a working group, the working group contributed a lot on sustainability in Icom, contributed a lot to be released. There, we have to mention the definition of museums. It is now is very important also to set goals and to include in the mission the sustainable aspect, sustainable development aspects. So can be useful also for museums to refer to this definition and include sustainability in the mission. Talking about human and inhuman, we have to think that when we design a path towards sustainability in a museum, we have to design for all. And for all, for example, even the World Health Organization introduced the One Health approach, which is based on the recognition that human health, animal health, and ecosystem health are inextricably linked. And now it's officially recognized by all the international institutions, organizations, as a relevant strategy in all sectors that benefit from collaboration between different disciplines. So the transdisciplinary approach, multidisciplinary approach is crucial to reach this goal. And I want also to highlight as another reference, very important, that also there are the rights of Mother Earth. And since 2010, a lot of people pushed that Mother Earth has rights and that needs to be recognized, and also as an integrated vision, that also has been signed by different countries and cities around the world. I had the pleasure to meet one of the men who pushed forward for this universal declaration. And now I've seen also newspapers that there are a lot of researches on these aspects and trying to prove how Mother Earth is vital. So she or he has a brain. So we have to think in an holistic way. We are not alone on this planet. And to reach some sustainability, we have to remember that. This is my main message maybe for today, but I go on. And another aspect to design for all. In Europe, for example, we have a regulation that is called Do Not Significant Harm. When you are designing and you receive European fundings, you have to apply this regulation. And be sure that the intervention do not cause any significant damage to the environment. And this regulation is divided in different chapters. And we have here the 6 chapters divided in climate change mitigation. So the projects needs to follow and adapt to climate change mitigation, adaptation to climate change, sustainable use of and protection of water and marine resources, transition towards a circular economy, and preventing a reduction of air, water, soil pollution, and protection and restoration of biodiversity and the health of ecosystem. So it's not a vision, but also we have laws and regulations to make this real. Other references where I participated as author with other colleagues also present that are talking here today are the museums. The eco-museums have been mentioned by the Chinese colleague, and I've participated in this book, Eco-Museums and Climate Change, with the network of the eco-museums, and a lot of authors from around the world participated in this book. Also, I want to mention a new book released by Icom France after a series of webinars released in 3 languages, Museums Facing Their Social and Environmental Responsibility, Tower, an Ethical and Sustainable Model, with a lot, really, a lot of content. All these books have a lot of content. And because I'm here, I also want to introduce my book in Italian, Musei per la Sostenibilità Integrata, and in English, I've tried to translate in Museums for the Integrated Sustainability, a holistic approach. And it's most of all a manual, an handbook that you can use to create a path, a strategic path and planned path tower a sustainable museum. And I divided the topics in these 5 areas, and each area has a lot of content and best practices that can be useful for museums just to start a new path, because facing also this complexity of the contemporary challenges, we have really to reset our mind or our brain to and trying to focus on different aspects of museums activities in a different way. And a path that follows criteria, actions, both at the scale of the building, for management, for collection, exhibitions, audience, relationship with link with communities and environment and territory in this concept of the extended museum. Here I have just a slide to see that there are a lot of issues that have to be considered for a sustainable museum. It's important to have an integrated vision and start for an analysis of the state of the art and trying to go ahead in a systemic and strategic way, considering all the aspects. We need a lot of people, a lot of specialists and professionals to reach a sustainable museum. This cannot be done alone. We need specialists working together. So this is also a network when you create a sustainable museums. And there are too many topics that can be address now. I go on, but I want to focus also on the methodology, because when you start, you need to secure a strategic path, starting with the identification of needs and also defining the topics, create a process through participation, and also design tools and programs. Then at the end of the process, sustainability is not an end. You have to start again also to reframe and do better what you think you can manage and improve. Mainly, it's important the aspect of governance, because without leadership and governance, it's impossible to reach the goal of a sustainable museum. So also put the sustainability in the mission. It's important to have staff dedicated to this topic with dedicated resources. And also, in the end, after a lot of steps, it's really important also the annual report of sustainability, and I've taken here the annual report of these amazing museums, because I have to underline that not so many museums are developing this kind of annual report also for their sustainable activities. So it's very important also for transparency. But I want to go on, and just a few words about this idea of the extended museum in connection networks with people and the communities. Also, under this umbrella, there are a lot of topics that can be addressed. Also, I have to mention biodiversity, outdoor education, research, and also partnership and networks with public administration, local government, for networks for regeneration projects, local sustainable development policies, and also to develop urban agendas for sustainability. Then I can say the introduction of my presentation. I want to show you what Icom Italy is doing now. At the moment, we have created 21 working groups, and many of them are related with some of the SDGs, not all, but there is a lot of activities and working groups, and there is a working group dedicated to sustainability and Agenda 2030, starting from the best practice of the Icom International Working Group. And these working groups are working together to play a key role to amplify the national debate on specific topics in the field of museology and pay attention to international debate, and also to encourage the dynamic exchange of experience, knowledge, and skills. And also is an opportunity for active involvement to consolidate broader professional networks. And for the Icom Italy Working Group on Sustainability, we have mainly three objectives: to improve the dialogue on topics for museology and museography for sustainability, to focus on analysis of issues related to policies and practices for sustainability, also through service, researches, and to develop specific proposals. And also the networking activity and exchange of best practices that is really relevant. In my final part of the presentation, I want to show you one of the main projects that we developed called Musei Integrati, Integrated Museum. And the aim of this project is related to implementing the application of the Italian National Strategy for Sustainable Development based on the Agenda 2030 and the SDGs. Every country that signed the agenda has this national, just a few moments. And this is a huge project promoted and funded by the Minister of the Environment and developed by Icom Italy, the National Association of Scientific Museums, with different options. Mainly with this project, we created network of museums for the research, and also for networks with communities, and also the recognition from the environment, because not everyone knows that museums are engaged in this kind of topics. And there are a lot of activities. I have also my PowerPoint here with a larger presentation of this project, and 30 museums have been engaged, but I want to show you just this last reference. It's a guideline. We developed a project with young activists for the environment, working together with staff museums professional, starting with needs identified and around these topics, because young people want to be engaged since the very beginning of the project. And we developed these guidelines, also released in English, that I hope that can be useful for all the museum professional, also for you. And there is also a final report, all on open access on the website, with the results and a lot of outcomes. And maybe I can stop here.
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michela. For this, a very, very comprehensive and impressive presentation. She emphasized the importance of the multi-level networks and the partnership that enable museums to share resources, knowledges, and experience. thus strengthening their societal relevance and driving sustainable change. So actually we have only 1 minute left. So I beg you, okay. So organizer promise. So let's take another, at least 2 questions from the audience. Okay. Are there any questions? Want to talk? Yeah, Carol, please.
I have 2 questions, sorry. What is an activist museum, and can you give some examples about what the young activists for the environment are doing?
Yes, first of all, I can say that museums can't be neutral. They, with their activities, they have a role and they take a position with also with their exhibitions. So they are not neutral, and this aspect of the activist museum is really a new thing, and is the way in which museums engage in a new role for sustainability involving the communities. And also being aside of these activist people, because we know that everywhere there are a lot of activists and not everyone is how can I say, they recognize their activities, or maybe they are even against their activities. So if museums in this aspect, activists I'm talking about in this moment for the role of ecological transition and the ecological aspects, maybe you can be a museum's activist in other different aspects of the SDGs for social inclusion or other aspects. But an activist museums really needs to engage and involve the communities, the participation with communities also from the very beginning. And with this project, before developing these guidelines, we had a large survey and asking how many museums are developing projects with young, not only activists for the environment, but with young people, not the scholars, but the young generation that not usually go to the museums. So we only 5 museums have an official program with them in Italy, but we have mapped, with the mapping activity, we have collected more than 200 best practices on social development and sustainability. But museums are developing activities on sustainability, but only 5 are developing a project well scheduled with young activists. So there's a long path that has to be done.
Okay. And okay, please.
Hello, I'm Lucimara Letelier from Brazil. Thank you, Michaela, for the presentation. I want to go back to your discussion about the network of life, the triad of the health system being integrated between people, environmental, and animals. As you know, many people that have been reflecting on museums are talking about the history of separation between nature and humans being the critical thing, because we look at the galleries in museums and we see a separation between human history and culture, and then the natural history on the other side. So my question to you is, from your reflections on the book, have you looked at the idea of how you integrate the idea of the health triad to reflect on new narratives and collections and galleries that bring back again this interconnectedness between nature and humans? I'd really like to hear your reflections on this.
Just briefly, please.
Yeah, yes. So I can say that we need to engage anthropologists and also other experts in this new curator also experience and change, because we have here to change the vision and start to do exhibitions in a different way, and that this can be done only involving different specialist expertise in these exhibitions, new exhibitions. And there are a lot of very good best practice and exhibitions on these topics, but who have been developed in huge networks of professionals. So this is the way. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So I think a 10 minutes delay should be the hotline. So the red line. Okay, sorry, the red line. So please join me in thanking once again for the 3 great contributors for this morning. And I also like to thank all your participation in person and online. Thank you for your cooperation.
All right, thank you. He said we were 10 minutes over, but we're actually 5 minutes over. So thank you once again, our moderator, for the partnership session. Professor An, thank you. Let's give it up for Professor An. So from now on until 2 p.m., we will be taking a lunch break. It's actually quite rainy outside right now. It's the start of the monsoon season here in Korea. I feel like we had hoped to prepare lunch for you today, but we were not able to, so please understand. Once again, lunchtime will last until 2 p.m. There are no restaurants here inside, so after you take your lunch breaks outside, please reconvene here by 2 p.m. The afternoon session will be on people. So once again, please come back and join us for the second half of today. If you are a speaker or a visitor, if you have a name tag, if you're wearing a name tag, please look for our staffs to be led to your lunch venue. You can meet our staff in the lobby, and we will guide you to your lunch spot. Once again, thank you everybody for participating in the morning session. Participants, thank you. Speakers, thank you. I'll see you in the afternoon. Thank you.
리시버는 좀 바깥에
And please remember to return your interpretation devices and then pick them up once again after. Hello, good afternoon. We will we'll actually hear from our second keynote speaker. I know it's not the greatest weather today, but despite that, thank you everybody for being here. Let me invite Mr. Maureen Rees, the Icom Sustain Director, as the moderator of this session. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Rees up to the stage.
Hello. So, fine. So I'd like to welcome you all to the afternoon session and our keynote speaker, Henry McGee, who is online. The title of his presentation is Museums and Sustainable Development, Taking Action to Do More Good and Less Harm. In her opening speech, Icom's president, Eminardi, underlined the importance of Henry's presentation. Taking action to do more good and less harm, and his role in connection with the capacity building for the Icom Award. For me, Henry is a valued colleague and friend. I first met Henry in 2017 when he arranged what was, possibly at the time, the first major international museum conference on climate change. He was then head curator at Manchester Museum. Since then, between 2018 and 2023, we have worked together as members of the Working Group on Sustainability, where, among other valuable contributions, he helped to draft the Sustainable Development Action Plan. His knowledge and commitment to the success of the working group and his enthusiasm he brought to this sometimes challenging task was invaluable. He has a background as an ecologist, museum curator and manager. He's also been involved in policy development relating to climate action as part of the UN process. In 2019, he set up Curating Tomorrow to help empower museums to contribute to sustainable development agendas, including the Sustainable Development Goals, climate action, biodiversity conservation, human rights, and disaster risk reduction. Curating Tomorrow is a notable, indeed rare exception in today's seemingly inexorable enclosure of the knowledge commons, in that the material he creates, a series of open access guides that aim to support museums and their partners to take concrete action for sustainable development, is offered free, with absolutely no strings attached. We will first view a presentation already recorded by Henry, and then Henry will join us online at this relatively early hour in Liverpool to answer your questions.
Hello, my name is Henry McGee, and I'm going to talk to you today about museums and sustainable development and how we can use it as an approach to help us do more good and do less harm. But before I do so, I would like to thank IMREC for the great honour of inviting me to give this keynote today. So I run a consultancy called Curating Tomorrow, which is based on these three ideas: that the future is not a set thing, we make it; that the museum's skill of curating has a role to play in a noisy, information-saturated world, and that museums and those who work in them can contribute to this activity. So in this talk, we will explore some background to sustainable development, how it relates to human rights and environmental goals, the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, as I'll call them for short, and how we can use these in a concrete and practical way. And we can say that, well, being sustainable or sustainability are terms which are so commonly used or even overused that they can become rather empty, rather meaningless. In the older sense, being sustainable was seen as being about doing less harm. It wasn't even about doing things better. So sustainable development is a bit different because it's focused activity to help achieve the balance. So it's less about concepts and more about action. And the reason I show the rainbow there is because it's like the rainbow, we never get to the end of it. So it's about doing more good and doing less harm. The standard definition of sustainable development comes from a report called Our Common Future, the Brundtland Report, as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Still quite a long definition. But also in the Brundtland report, it says this, that the nature of the challenges that society faces today is very different to the nature of the institutions that we have. The institutions tend to be independent, quite separate, and working on very narrow topics. And it says this great thing at the end, that the real world of interlocked economic and ecological systems will not change. The policies and institutions concerned must. And so within the Brundtland definition, it includes three kind of ideas, three key concepts. That sustainable development is about meeting human needs, respecting environmental limits, and building social justice. What do these mean? It means not just meeting people's most basic needs, but ensuring that everyone can lead a rich and fulfilling life. That we don't ask more of nature than it can cope with, and that we aim to create a society that works for everyone. So we can say that sustainable development is much more than just using natural resources carefully, as sustainability is often thought of, but as an agenda for people and for the planet, and for sharing prosperity and for peace. It's about this generation and the generations still to come. And we see a good short description of this in the motto for the United Nations, which aims to promote peace, dignity, and equality on a human planet. So about securing human rights for everyone and protecting and restoring nature as the kind of twin foundations of sustainable development. So if we think, well, how did we get here? After the Second World War, obviously, there was the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, bringing in a kind of rules-based and rights-based order. But unfortunately, the environment played a very small part in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So there was quite a big separation between human considerations and the natural environment. But then since then, on the environmental side, we had a very famous conference called the Stockholm Conference in 1972, the Brundtland Report in 1987, and the Rio Earth Summit in 1992, which gave us the Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Convention on Biological Diversity. So those were on the environmental side. But in the human development side, we of course have seen huge changes since 1948, massive decolonization from the 1960s onwards, which changed the structure and the membership of the United Nations. And we've also since then seen very many international agreements to support the rights of particular groups of people, ethnic minorities, decolonized countries, women, children, refugees, and more. But we still live in a world with many challenges, great inequality between and within countries and tensions between them. The old colonial structures have been replaced with economic structures, which in some ways have just continued the old problems. Nature faces these three great challenges: climate change, pollution, loss of biodiversity, and new problems have emerged, particularly from new technologies and from other reasons. And we can say that not enough progress has been made in addressing challenges. And so I'll give you an example from, it's called the Convention to End Racial Discrimination from 1965, which talked about adopting immediate measures in the fields of teaching, education, culture, and information to combat prejudices which lead to discrimination. So this is from the civil rights era. It's more than 60 years old, but we still have not seen nearly enough progress in this area, and that includes in museums as well. And we could say that Icom has not always connected very well with these international agreements. So the current Code of Ethics doesn't mention the Universal Declaration of Human Rights or the Convention to End Racial Discrimination that I just mentioned, or the climate change or biodiversity agreements. And these had already been put together in 1992. So it would have been great if they had been included in Icom's work a bit more concretely than they were. So what can museums do in the face of these many challenges? Well, if they had a better understanding of the local and global development agendas, if they took more concrete action, if they helped people everywhere to understand these agendas and to promote public participation in them. And we could say that if we want a different world, we will need different institutions that play different roles from the roles they play at present. Unfortunately, sustainable development provides us with these tools and templates. They already exist. We can just use them. And to return to a kind of timeline of sustainable development, we had the Stockholm Conference, the Brundtland Report, and the Rio Summit that I mentioned. Then we had the Millennium Development Goals, which ran out in 2015. And then we had the new program, the current program, Agenda 2030 and the SDGs, which runs from 2015 till 2030. So we're already more than halfway through. And so here is the cover of the report, Transforming Our World, which you may have seen, or the picture on the right, which almost everyone has probably seen, of the picture of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. But it's important to say that that's just a picture. We need to understand it a bit more if we're to contribute to it in a proper way. So the agenda and the SDGs, they keep going with the goal-based approach, which had been brought in by the Millennium Development Goals, because it was realized that a goal-based approach helped lots of different sectors to collaborate, even if they were quite separate, if they didn't even know one another very well. Governments have responsibilities for the SDGs, but everyone and all sectors are invited to take part. We can say that in many ways, the SDGs are not a new thing, but are a new way to achieve existing things which weren't happening. They help to fulfill the many human rights agreements and environmental agreements that I mentioned earlier. And we can say that they are a massive opportunity for all sectors to collaborate for a better future. We can also say that the agenda is not perfect, but it is by far the best that we have, but it is not quite perfect. Nature is a bit underrepresented. Some groups of people, for example, LGBT people, are not so well represented. Economic growth is still in there, although it can be a big challenge for sustainable development. And the way that the agenda is to be implemented is also not always so clear, because people, countries and organizations are supposed to use it as they want to. The cultural sector also sometimes kind of complains that culture is missing from the SDGs, but personally I don't think that's quite the case. In fact, we can find culture and heritage in many of the SDGs and targets. And we can also say more broadly that education, participation and inclusion are in many more SDGs and targets, and indeed are seen as essential for the achievement of the whole programme. And just to give an example, so culture and heritage have many more mentions in the SDGs than mental health, just to give one example. So very few people would say that mental health was not important. Of course it is. Culture and heritage feature more in the agenda than mental health does. So it's really not as forgotten as sometimes people think it is. So we should use the agenda and the SDGs to play our part and collaborate, to create greater public benefit, and to transform our institutions, our practices, and ourselves. Because sustainable development can be applied to every single museum worker and to the entire sector, or to institutions, or the whole of Icom. And we really shouldn't use the agenda or the SDGs to compete with one another. That's not really the spirit of the SDGs. And so we can say that, well, culture is very crucial for sustainable development. Everyone has the right to shape their community. Everyone has the right to their human rights. Everyone should be able to share in scientific advancement and to share their ideas and creativity for a better world. And culture creates a space for these things to happen. Creativity, participation, and just being together. And I wrote about some of these topics in the guide that you can see there called Museums and Human Rights. And we can also say that the main environmental agreements, they all feature cultural aspects. The Paris Agreement for Climate Change from 2015 talks about the importance of climate education, training, public participation, access to information, public awareness, and international cooperation. And we find something similar, but not quite the same, in the Convention on Biological Diversity, which aims to promote the sustainable use of nature, as well as protecting nature, and promoting sustainable traditional practices. And again, education, participation, access to information are part of the Convention on Biological Diversity. And there are programs for each of these agreements. The one for climate change runs till 2031. The one for biodiversity runs till 2030. And I wrote about these in these three guides that you can see here, which because I try to work in a very practical way to provide people with tools that they can use. So let's return again to the Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs. As I mentioned, the way that we see them often is as they're shown here on the screen, but this is just a picture, and it's not even a very good picture, because it doesn't really explain what the goals are trying to do, and it makes them seem quite separate from one another. So the goals can really be understood in relation to this other thing. This is what we call the 5 Ps. So we have one agenda, 5 Ps, and 17 goals. This is the shortest way to understand the whole agenda. It aims to help end poverty and hunger in all their forms. It aims to ensure prosperous and fulfilling lives, to protect the natural environment for current and future generations, to support peace locally and globally, and to achieve this by working together in partnership. These are shown here like a circle, like a wheel, and the 5 bits fit together. So it takes the old 3 traditional aspects of sustainability, social, environmental, and economic, and it turns them into programs of work, things that we actually do. So as I mentioned before, sustainable development is not just about concepts, it's about action. So working with the SDGs and the targets that sit within them help us identify the challenges worth working on, identifying what difference we want to make, planning our activities, monitoring and evaluating our work, and communicating it externally. We can use the goals to understand the big picture. So here's the global overview for poverty, shown as a traffic light system with green for okay, yellow for and orange in the middle, and red for the worst poverty. Of course, poverty exists in all countries, but we can see a general picture here that shows a huge inequality around the world. We can use the SDGs to get a quick snapshot of our own country. So this is the SDG index dashboard for the United Kingdom, where I live, showing that in the UK, there are still very many problems that need to be addressed using the same traffic light system with green for good and red for pretty bad. But we can also use the goals in a more concrete way. So here is goal 4, quality education, a book and a picture and a pencil. In the picture doesn't really explain it very well. It's about inclusive, equitable, quality education, which is lifelong, so applying to everyone. Within each goal, there are a number of targets. So for goal 4 has 10 targets. Within these, some of them are particularly relevant to museums, including a target 4.7 there, education for sustainable development. So we can focus in on that one. So we can say that the vision of Agenda 2030 is the foundation, summarized as the 5 Ps that I mentioned earlier. The 5 Ps are achieved through the 17 big goals. The goals are too big and too unclear, so we work with them in a more focused way, using the targets, which I mentioned on the previous slide. We use them to plan and deliver our work, not just doing what we're good at, but also addressing the challenges. We track our progress to measure our activity. And lastly, everyone has something to contribute to this, and everyone will benefit as well. And so I summarized this work in this guide called Museums and the Sustainable Development Goals, which I wrote in 2019. It's used in pretty much every country now, which is great, but it would be great to see more people using it as well. So I'll give a short version of how museums can relate to the Sustainable Development Goal targets. So if we work to protect and safeguard the world's cultural and natural heritage, either in our museum or in the wider world, that supports targets 11.4 and 16.10, which are specifically about this. If we support learning for the Sustainable Development Goals, that supports target 4.7, as I mentioned a few slides earlier. If we enable cultural participation for everyone, that supports target 10.2, promoting universal social, economic and political inclusion, and also 11.7, which is about safe and welcoming green and public spaces, which includes museums. Making sure that our tourist activities bring positive benefits and reduce their negative impacts contributes to target 8.9. Research in support of the SDGs has its own target, but of course the research could be on any topic relating to the 17 goals. The way that we run our museums in terms of their leadership, their management, and people's daily choices can provide many opportunities to contribute to the SDGs across the way we employ people, training, ensuring the institution is protected from risk, adopting sustainable practices and procurement, being effective and accountable, and bringing sustainable development laws and policies into our own work. These are all opportunities that every museum can take. And lastly, to work in partnership with others, with other museums, with other sectors, with other countries, and this contributes to targets 17.16 and 17. And I've written about some of these different aspects of the Sustainable Development Goals. So this is just the cover of a guide which helps to explain the different Sustainable Development Goal targets, what the main kind of programs of work are that they relate to, how they relate to different human rights and agreements, and what actions we can take to support them. Another one is called mainstreaming the SDGs, and mainstreaming is just a slightly fancy way of making sure that the SDGs get everywhere in our organizations. So this is a document that you can use to understand if you have made a commitment for a particular target, if you know what the end goal is, if you know what it is that you're measuring, how you're working towards it, and if you're doing what you would want to do. So you can use it to plan your activity. Or localizing the SDGs comes from a project I was involved in with the 3 Baltic countries, Georgia and Moldova. And it's really about looking at, well, how can we really get the SDGs factored into our work? So it gives you what we call a roadmap, like a timeline, and points you towards resources to help you. to get started with the SDGs, decide who is going to do what, look at your local area, understand the challenges and opportunities, make some plans, do the work, and tell the story. It also gives you a 12-month timetable where you can go from having done nothing to having done quite a chunk of work over those 12 months. And here's another one from my what's called my Churchill Fellowship, where I travelled to Stockholm 50 and a few years ago to one of the UN climate change conferences, and then I had a month in Japan to study how sustainable development and disaster risk reduction can be brought together. So the report includes 10 recommendations to contribute to sustainable development. And I won't go through all of them just now, but basically it's about connecting with global agendas and making them local. It's about bringing human rights and the environment together. These are not separate. It's about understanding current and future sources of risk, what the threats are that we need to manage. It's about bringing people together with nature, which is both good for people and communities to stick together, and is also good for protecting and restoring nature as well. And it also talks about the importance of not just saying that we support sustainable development or the Sustainable Development Goals, but that we have concrete goals, actions that we're delivering, and then we can communicate them in a good way. So if you're looking for more tools, this is a great resource. It's called the Icom Our Collections Matter Toolkit. So this is a program from Icom that I work on as the consultant. One of the ways that we do this is that we gather together lots of tools from different places, and we help so that people can find them, and we link them to collections-based work. So it's not only for museums, but for libraries and archives as well. And if you can search it in different ways so that you can find the tools to help you. But there are lots of tools there, nearly about 500 tools now. So here are some tricks for working with sustainable development. So a big one is to be clear on what challenge it is that you want to address. So it's something that's big enough to be worth doing, but not so big that it is impossible. Do it for the right reasons and follow the principles of Agenda 2030. Identify your measures of success at the start using the SDG targets as a guide and to help you find tools. Of course, make sure that you do the work, and then when you've done it, refer back to what you said at the start that you wanted to do so that you can tell a great story. And when you're telling your story, make sure you refer to the SDG targets. And although this might sound a bit complicated, it's really, really easy. And those are my contact details. I'd be happy to hear from any of you. And I look forward to any questions. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Henry. So, just a few comments from me. So, as you will have heard today, Henry has been central in Icom's approach to addressing the crises we are and our visitors are facing at the moment. The resolution, the action plan, sustainability award, just to mention a few, and some of his contributions. In all of this, he has emphasized his interest in practically activating Icom's members, individual and institutional. The focus on a bottom-up approach, applying the SDGs to museums using the targets found for each of the 17 SDGs. Indeed, already after the day after, or a couple of days after the adoption of the museum definition in Prague, he had used his social media account to align the new definition with the relevant targets on the SDGs. So once again, thank you, Henry. And I'll open the floor for questions. Have we got a microphone? If you could say who you are and before you start.
Hello, Henry. I'm Lucimara Letelier from Brazil. I'm glad to hear your explanation. And I'm also from Icom Sustain. I'm very interested to hear from you since 2015, how you feel that museums have progressed in terms of the achievement that they have done throughout the agenda. And I'm very interested in knowing what are the specific areas that were developed, particularly by the museum's specificities, and what do you feel is still missing, considering that we have 6 years, 5 to 6 years until 2030. So yeah, so what they have progressed and what you feel is still missing. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Lucimara. So how do I think progress is happening? I think that we can say fairly that looking across all sectors, progress is not nearly fast enough, not by a very long way. And we're, as you say, we're now halfway through the Sustainable Development Goal period, and people are, to be honest, still often getting started with it. And I think part of the reason for that is that because sustainable development has really not been part of many sectors' thinking before. And we could say that actually it makes much more progress in the business sector, because the business sector was doing corporate social responsibility reporting for years, since the 80s. Because the cultural sector hadn't had that experience, it's had to learn a lot more, if I can put it that way. But what we see is that there's, like the picture on the roof of the Sistine Chapel, where there's the two fingers meet one another. There's the top-down approach, you know, what comes from governments or from authorities, and there's the bottom-up approach of where action actually happens on the ground. But we can say it's massively different in different countries. And I mean, I live in the UK, and even between Scotland, England, Ireland, and Wales, it's totally different. So in many countries, they have the Sustainable Development Goals, you know, they're all committed to them, but how they are rolled out is so different. And we can say that, well, museums are often quite far away from the work of governments. Of course, national museums are much closer to government. But we can say that there are lots of sustainable development actions happen because we're all contributing to sustainable development, either in good ways or bad ways. It's just that people and organizations often, they don't even realize it. And so the lessons aren't learned, momentum isn't built, results aren't captured, and successes aren't shared. And so there's a kind of gap in the middle, which is the connection between the top down and the bottom up. So for instance, when there is the national reporting for the Sustainable Development Goals each June for the July for the high level political forum, museums are very often not part of that because they haven't had the kind of the way to share their information with their government. It's not to say that it can't be done, because it really can. And I'll give you an example of like the country of Latvia, the Baltic state of Latvia, where over a few years of maybe 3 or 4 years, in the first year we did a training capacity building program with the museum and library workers. Then we were collecting case studies. Then we had a couple of conferences. And then because we had all this material, when Latvia came to write its report for the UN, it had lots of material. So the best way I think, to do the work is to just kind of get on and do it, and then collect the information so that you have the good story to tell. Don't wait for the government or whoever to ask you, and then you have nothing to share with them, because that doesn't look very good. Make sure you have some material to share with them. But also to say that
I mean, museums make their biggest impact not in relation to countries' governments, but in relation to their local communities. So if we think, well, who is the main stakeholder for a museum? Probably should be the local community. So empower the local community to understand sustainable development and to play a part in it, in the same way that we're promoting the bottom-up approach in Icom. Sorry for a long answer.
Fine. Any more questions? Okay, while you're thinking about it, I have one for you, Henry. One of the things that the working group was very interested in doing was to try to explain to our members in Icom the difference between the term or the concept sustainability and what actually Icom had endorsed and adopted and written in its resolution, that is sustainable development. Would you like to clarify these two terms for us?
Totally. I mean, I work with sustainable development. The reason being that the word sustainability is so overused that it has become kind of empty and a bit meaningless. And what will often happen is if you're in a group of people and you all say, oh yeah, we're all really interested in sustainability, and you have your discussion, and then halfway through the discussion, it turns out you all had a different thing in your head. Some people are thinking of the sustainability of the finances, the sustainability of the building, how you use waste, how you continue to stay the same. And that is a concept. And the problem of it is that then what happens is people spend a lot of time talking about, well, what does sustainability mean to you? And then they run out of time and they've actually done nothing. All they've done is talk about what sustainability means. And so when we talk about sustainable development, it really comes from a different place. So if you were to talk to most people about, well, what do you think sustainability really means? It often means something about using natural resources carefully, but that isn't really enough. The reason that we should use natural resources carefully is because they're not ours, they belong to all of us. And that is only part of what's called the rights-based agenda, that all people of all generations have equal rights. That when we pass the planet onto the next generation, our work is to make sure that it's in a better state than it was when we got it. So the reason I like sustainable development and the reason I really promote that is because the idea of sustainability people often use to mean that we have to stay the same. Sustainable development is saying that we have to change, and we have to change in ways that work for people, for nature, for the planet, for our institutions, for everything. And the other reason is that there's the usual model that people talk about for sustainability, and often in sustainable development sometimes, is about a balance between social, environmental, and economic considerations. But even that is not perfect. That has big problems because the economy is not equal in its worth as nature and human life and dignity. The economy is part of the how. It's not the why of why we are all here. And so when I work with sustainable development, or when many of us work with sustainable development, it's about respecting, protecting, fulfilling human rights for everyone, and protecting and restoring the natural environment. And it's those two things together. And the other thing to say is that sustainable development isn't something we should just talk about, it's something we should do. It's something that we experience. And when you experience it, you know you are doing it. And so it's much more than just concepts or a lot of debate about what sustainability means. It's about understanding the challenges outside our institutions, looking inside our institutions at what we can do, joining the two together to work to create the better future. And when we say a better future, it's not up to me to decide what better means. Better comes from human rights and protecting and restoring the environment. So it enables us to have a kind of transparent way to make our decisions and to change.
Thank you, Henry.
I hope that answers that question.
Absolutely. So this is your last chance to talk to Henry McGee. If you could say who you are. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mami Kataoka from the Mori Art Museum in Tokyo. I'm just wondering how you think the COVID impacted to the sustainable development. Because in museum, the things like virtual courier, the idea of the virtual courier has kind of spread it, and many museums are continuing. And also people became a little bit more conscious about movement and energy use. So yeah, I just would like to hear your views on this.
Thank you for the question. So what do I think about the impact of the COVID pandemic? So when we have like a disaster situation like the COVID pandemic, in many ways, the pandemic just shows us the weaknesses that existed before. And so we had a great opportunity after the pandemic to think, oh, actually, some of the things we were doing before were not so good. Let's not do them again. But one of the problems is that people forget very fast. And so after the pandemic, there was the opportunity to change, to do something really radically different. But unfortunately, we often find that the organizations, they kind of go back to be the same. So certainly the virtual couriering is a very good thing. And the more that can happen, the better. But I think, you know, as people come out of the pandemic, it's really important to even just to write down, well, what were the lessons that we learned? What did we discover? And what do we want to do with those lessons? Because otherwise people forget very, very fast, and they just end up going back to what they were doing before. And that kind of locks them in to the weaknesses that there were before. And so within the Agenda 2030, it talks about the idea of peace, you know, peace, justice, and strong institutions. And so things like pandemics or conflicts, they're of course a huge threat to peace and to strong institutions. So really using some of these approaches, and like I know in Japan is very strong with the idea of bozai and disaster risk reduction is fantastic, and really applying some of those lessons to museums could be very valuable and shared with other countries as well.
Any more questions? There was Lucy Mara again.
Well, if there is anyone else, it's me again, Eny. I was very interested when you presented the timeline of the frameworks from the United Nations. Of course, there is an evolution and a progressive thinking on balancing the social and the natural resources from time to time. When you presented the notion that the framework needs to be improved, and we still have 6 years, I want to hear from you, what do you feel can be the next framework in terms of if there is a public hearing from the United Nations of what the missing points are from the existed agenda. You have been very close to these conversations, especially at the COPs. I know you have been very close and watching. So I want to hear from you if you feel like this channel has been opened in terms of public hearing to improve this framework, and what do you feel would be the next framework that is more appropriate for what comes next?
Yeah, thanks. So, I mean, what I was trying to say is that, like, the framework that we have now, the 17 goals, is the latest step in a 50-year-long kind of struggle, let's put it that way. Starting really, let's say, with the Stockholm Conference in the early 70s, then we had the Brundtland Report, then we had the Rio Summit, then we had the Millennium Development Goals, and then Agenda 2030. And when the Millennium Development Goals were done from 2000 to 2015, they had used this approach of using goals, which looked very much like the Sustainable Development Goals, but there were only 8 of them. And it was realized that this had a lot going for it, because even with a simple, colorful picture, it brought more people into the discussion and to talk about the same thing. And it helps us not have to work with complicated documents, policies, all the rest of it. But it's also worth saying that there's a lot of, let's say, not such a good understanding of how the agenda was developed. So as the Millennium Development Goals were coming to an end, there was a massive consultation from 2012 till 2015. Relatively massive. It had about something like 10 or 12 million people took part in shaping the agenda. So people often think that the agenda is very top down, but they're not always so aware that these consultations happened. And so the other thing to say is that the agenda, like the 17 goals and the targets, will not change between now and 2030, because the process is already agreed, it's already signed off. But in the next agenda will start to be developed, well, is already starting to be developed now, to be honest. So there is, this September, there's a really big event called the Summit for the Future. There are like the UN events, many of them, like anybody can watch them, anyone can watch them online. Even the COPs, because there's a COP for climate, but there's a COP for the other main agreements as well. But as well, people often kind of misunderstand them. That it's not a case of getting a public voice into the COP. That's kind of not how it works. The best way that a museum could influence that kind of work, or to facilitate that kind of work, is in its own country, so that more of the population can input into their government's position, so that the government knows what the public want, and then they take that to the COP. But even by the time the COP comes, to be honest, the countries have mostly made up their minds. There's a meeting that takes place for climate, there's a meeting that takes place in June, a smaller meeting. So what does all this mean? For museums, helping more people to feed into their government's decisions, but also helping more people understand what their government's decisions and positions are. And so that's how I think we can build this more effectively. And then to turn to the question about what the next framework will look like, it's likely that the framework will look almost the same, at least in terms of the goals, because the challenges are going to be the same, largely the same. New ones have arisen, mostly around access, around information and truthfulness of information, about the threat of AI, conflicts around the world, although they're already reflected in Goal 16. And there is a lot of discussion about whether there will be a separate culture goal. And what do I think of that is that there's also a misunderstanding that culture is not in the agenda, which is not quite right. Because if you read the report Transforming Our World, it talks about culture in lots of ways. But it's likely that there might be a culture goal. It looks like that might happen. But then if there is to be a culture goal, the question I'd have is, well, what are the targets going to be? And how can we make sure that culture doesn't just become some particular group of people's idea of what culture is? Because one of the strengths of culture is it's very hard or even impossible to measure. That is the measure of culture, or a measure of culture. But what I do think we might get with the next agenda is a clearer idea of the how is it going to happen. Because at the moment, because of the way the UN is set up, the countries are allowed to shape things in the way that they want to, because that's just how it works. But having more of a mechanism for where people can share their ideas and so on. But I think, again, I would say that the goal of all of this work is not just to get what we do locally on the government's agenda, but it's to do the work locally. Because if we do the work, we have a story to tell. So I think that would be my answer to that. Thanks.
Okay, we have one more here. So if there's anybody else want to, can you raise your hand? But first we have Michaela in the front.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Harry, for your presentation and your insights. I think I agree on what you are saying, but I think that locally, but not at country level, many organizations are pushing to put culture in the agenda and culture for sustainability. All the nations that signed the Agenda 2030 at the moment have more or less a national strategy for sustainable development. And also, coming back to my presentation, with the project Integrated Museum, we could push to put culture for sustainable development as a vector to promote the agenda within society. So I think that, and museums are played a key role in this process. I think that other countries are doing the same. I'm quite sure that we are not the only one that put. And also, I want to also remember that in 2021, the G20 in Rome of the Minister of Culture of the G20 signed a declaration where culture is plays a key role for sustainable development in different topics and different levels that we have mentioned during this interesting conference and during the topics of this conference. So I agree with you that there is a general approach, international approach, where everything seems to be to go a little bit wrong, maybe, because of international conflicts that we are seeing now, and the environmental also disasters and climate, not change, but degradation. And also we can say that at local level there are hundreds, maybe thousands of museums that are doing great jobs. Just to give a positive message. It's maybe not a question, but maybe a consideration that I'm doing at the moment. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Michaela. And the way I'll answer that is that when we work with sustainable development and some of the discussion we have, it can be a bit tempting to talk about very big things, about climate change and global conflict and the G20 and the United Nations and all these really big things. But let's say the agenda is supposed to be, it's a global agenda that we work with locally. And so, to be honest, I wouldn't put too much emphasis on the fact that, culture appears in a particular statement or not. That's, to be honest, not really the point as far as I think. That when we work with culture and sustainable development, we have to also make sure that it doesn't just become kind of used as a, let's say, a delivery mechanism for the government's agreements, because then it is not culture, it's administration. And if we do want it to be culture, it has to emphasize the bottom-up approach. And it also has to give people a free space, a space where they can communicate freely their own ideas and suggestions and concerns. That to me is what the word, culture means so many different things. But very often, if you were to talk to, like with the discussion about sustainability, culture will mean different things. It means so many different things to different people. But to me, if we think about culture in the context of sustainable development, is the rights-based approach, the right to freely participate in cultural life, the right to access information, the right of freedom of assembly, the right to education, and all of these fantastic things. So if we take the rights-based approach, It also helps us to protect that culture is not just like a communication method for authorities. Because then that's kind of the opposite to the way that we want to go. We need to make sure that we open culture up, not that we close it down.
Thank you, Henry. I'm going to have to round up now, and I'd just like to leave you with one thought, and maybe Henry can come with a comment on it. Is that you, Lucy Murray was talking about what follows Agenda 2030, and you were saying that the work has already begun, and certainly if you're going to compare it with 2015, it'll by the time the next triennial, not the one in 25, but the one in 28, maybe we should be thinking in Icom about collecting the information that you were talking about and trying to influence it from a global perspective from museums. And we're not talking about the major museums in the world who have got enough clout to do it anyway, but we're talking about small museums all around the world.
Yeah, sure. And I mean, what I would say is, again, like, let's not get locked into saying, oh, well, let's think about what will come after 2030. Can I make a suggestion to try to do it a different way? Is to make a plan about what you're going to do after your conference, you know, and even if it's just a plan to do one thing, because, I mean, as I mentioned, like with sustainable development cannot just be taught, it has to be experienced. And so, again, you know, it's the things I talked about, that we all have agency to do things, and every museum has agency to do things. It's just the level of agency may be different. And so we have the Icom 2030 action plan is there for you as a practical template based on Agenda 2030 and the Paris Agreement. That's why it's structured the way it is. And also the Icom Award that we have at the moment for sustainable development practice. The aim of that is not just a competition, it's an opportunity, it's an invitation for all of Icom, its members, to put forward their own projects. So it's not just the competition, it's to be a platform that helps us to have this information, because we can't just say museums do lots of things and expect people to believe us. We have to have the evidence to show it. And, you know, if we're serious about that, we need to help Icom have that material. And again, thinking that the point of doing the work is really, and just to be, you know, just to be very selfish about it as well, it's actually in museums' best interests to do it. You know, if they can show that they're more effective, they listen to society, they understand the challenges, they're working to do something about it. They're not just, you know, the old-fashioned idea of a museum that just stays the same. You know, museums can be very dynamic places, but we need to have the evidence to show that. So I would really encourage everyone after your conference, even if you just decide to do one thing, just do that one thing. And that's how we will do it. And small actions will add up.
Great. Great, Henry. Thank you very much. Round of applause for Henry.
Thank you, Maureen and Liz, Chair of Icom Sustain. Next session is a people session, and people session is two-part. One is people internal, and second is people external. Firstly, we start with a people internal session, and I'd like to introduce Akiko Fukuno. She's a vice chair of the Icom Japan, and also curator at International Christian University Hachiro Yuasa Memorial Museum. Yeah, let's, yes.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Those present in the auditorium in person, and to those online. I'm Akiko Fukuno, from Japan, from Tokyo. I'm the vice chair of Icom Japan and also curator at the University Museum in Tokyo. Well, thank you, Icom ASPAC, IMREC, and all the people, the colleagues in Korea for arranging this wonderful conference. Well, for this session, we will have 3 speakers, and we will focus on people from the internal perspective, especially the well-being of staff and visitors. Visitor well-being, including mental and social well-being, experiences of people, their inspiration, discovery, awe, excitement, inclusion, connectedness, common humanity, and ourselves, the staff well-being, including those working inside the museum. The workplace satisfaction, fairness, equity, and inclusion. So we have Katie Shelly from the US, Jay Xu from US, from San Francisco, and Natalie Bondil from Paris. Well, our first speaker is Katie Shelly. Let's welcome her. Thank you for joining us, Katie. She's the Konda family manager of Access Initiatives at the Toledo Museum of Art in Ohio, USA. Katie's desire to promote equitable access and inclusion for all led her to pursue a master's degree in liberal studies, focusing on disability studies from the University of Toledo. And she also has degrees in library science and also English literature. At the Toledo Museum of Art, she works to make it a model for accessibility to all visitors and staff. Katie also teaches at the University of Toledo's Disability Studies program in 2022. Okay, the floor is yours, and looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you all so much, and thank you so much to Icom Korea and IMREC for having me here today. Can you please go back a few slides? Okay. No, go back one more slide, please. Thank you. So today I plan to answer the question, do museums actually improve the well-being of their staff and visitors? And if so, how do they achieve this? I posit that the Toledo Museum of Art has improved the well-being of its staff and its visitors by prioritizing the museum being an accessible and inclusive place for all, which has been made possible by the creation of the Manager of Access Initiatives position. And in my presentation today, I'm going to explore the creation of the Manager of Access Initiatives position at the Toledo Museum of Art, the first of its kind at a major art institution in the United States, and also explore how this culture of accessibility has been created at the Toledo Museum of Art and has improved the well-being of both staff and visitors. The Toledo Museum of Art has a long history of improving the well-being of its staff and visitors by showing a commitment to the local disability community and making sure that the museum is accessible to all. The Toledo Museum of Art was established in 1901 with a commitment to sharing art with the community. The museum's founders, Edward Drummond Libby, and his wife, Florence Scott Libby, left a substantial endowment to the museum with the specific provision that the museum always remain open to the public, free of charge. The Libbys understood that museums are an integral part of the communities that they serve, stewarding the preservation of cultural heritage and providing unparalleled spaces of learning, innovation, creativity, and exploration. And ensuring that the Toledo Museum of Art remains free to the public, the Libbys guaranteed that the unique opportunities that museums offer would be accessible to everyone who wished to enter through their doors. In February of 2021, the Toledo Museum of Art announced a partnership with the Ability Center of Greater Toledo to create the first ever Manager of Access Initiatives position, taking the museum's commitment to accessibility a step further. This was not the first time that the Can you please go back a slide? Thank you. Excuse me. This was not the first time that the Libby's vision brought the museum and the Ability Center together. In 1931, a portion of a bequest from the Edward Drummond Libby estate was used to create a temporary hospital and convalescent home for children with disabilities, the first of its kind in the area. In 1937, a permanent location for it opened as Opportunity Home, thanks to the balance of the gift from the Libby estate and strong community support. This home also included a school for children recovering from polio. After the invention of the Salk polio vaccine in the mid-1950s, many of the children served by the Opportunity Home, particularly by the school, no longer needed its services. So the organization shifted to become Opportunity Kindergarten, a school for children with disabilities. This school was housed in the Edward Drummond Libby and Florence Scott Libby former home in the Old West End neighborhood, pictured on this slide. It was mere blocks from the Toledo Museum of Art. That organization changed over time to support all people in the Toledo area with disabilities and eventually became the Ability Center of Greater Toledo. As you can see, the histories of the Toledo Museum of Art and the Ability Center of Greater Toledo have been intertwined for almost 100 years, and the creation of the Manager of Access Initiatives position was the culmination of this partnership. Despite this close relationship, the creation of a position bridging these two organizations did not happen overnight. Next slide, please. No, actually, go back 2 slides. Thank you. In 2018, the Toledo Museum of Art prepared to open the blockbuster exhibition, Fireflies on the Water, an installation of one of the infinity mirror rooms created by the artist Yayoi Kusama. One aspect of the piece concerned the museum staff that were working on its construction. The ramps and platforms inside the room, which immersed visitors in an environment of colored lights and polka dots, were too narrow to meet Americans with Disabilities Act standards for wheelchair accessibility. The ramps were not allowed to be modified, as the rooms came with detailed instructions from Kusama herself about their assembly and presentation. The Toledo Museum of Art reached out to the Ability Center to help with this accessibility conundrum. Staff from the Ability Center were able to build ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act, compliant ramps that led up to the platform and allowed viewers to look inside, but visitors were not able to access the Infinity Room itself. It became clear to both parties that this was not an isolated incident, and that the museum needed someone focusing solely on accessibility on its staff to ensure that accessibility is being considered during every stage of the exhibition process, as well as throughout the presentation of the collection in the museum's existing structures. Thus, the idea for the Manager of Access Initiatives position at the Toledo Museum of Art was born. My name is Katie Shelly, and I am the first Manager of Access Initiatives at the Toledo Museum of Art. Next slide, please. The Manager of Access Initiatives position was conceived by the Toledo Museum of Art and the Ability Center of Greater Toledo with the intent that through this position, the organizations would develop a partnership that would embed accessibility expertise within the Toledo Museum of Art's organizational structure. This was meant to foster systemic change at the Toledo Museum of Art, providing greater accessibility for all visitors and staff in ways that the museum had not previously imagined. The position was originally funded for 3 years. At the end of this 3-year term, the Manager of Access Initiatives, me, was meant to use the information I gathered regarding museum accessibility to move on to another institution working with this new institution to build accessibility into their policies and procedures, as well as their built environment. During my 3 years at the Toledo Museum of Art, I would develop and execute trainings on disability for all staff, volunteers, and assess and amend employment and recruiting practices to make the museum more accessible, as well as fully audit museum for physical accessibility, among other tasks. Upon the completion of this 3-year term, one moment please. I would then make recommendations for the structure and staffing of the Toledo Museum of Art to embed accessibility sustainably into the Toledo Museum of Art's culture. In my first months as manager of access initiatives, I was asked to be part of conversations relating to everything from exhibition accessibility to accessibility in public programming, all while being expected to audit the museum for physical accessibility. I began to realize that accessibility is something that needs to be holistic and museum-wide in order to be done well, and I am only one person. As the representative for accessibility at the Toledo Museum of Art, I needed to build a foundation with all museum staff to clarify what accessibility means for our institution if this accessibility work was to remain sustainable after I was gone. In many cases, though, other staff members had no previous experience with disability or creating inclusive and accessible spaces. I quickly realized that I first needed to lay the groundwork for accessibility in all areas of the museum, and this was going to be a large task to accomplish in only 3 years. Furthermore, I had previously worked at the Toledo Museum of Art in visitor services from 2014 to 2016 prior to pursuing my master's degree. I had not otherwise worked in the museum field. I actually had worked at the Ability Center of Greater Toledo, working on disability rights advocacy, and therefore I was not familiar with everything that goes into making a museum accessible, especially thinking about accessibility in exhibition and gallery spaces. Not long after I started in my role at the Toledo Museum of Art, we exhibited a short film by artist Stan Douglas entitled Doppelganger. Due to the way that this work was meant to be seen, it was projected onto a screen that visitors could view from 2 sides. The artist, Stan Douglas, did not want to include captions on the film as they would appear in reverse from one side of the screen. Therefore, the Toledo Museum of Art decided to provide a transcript of the audio for visitors who are deaf or hard of hearing, which we made available via a QR code outside of the exhibition. This was not an ideal solution, but this experience helped me fully realize that this position was more unique than the accessibility work that I had been doing previously. This went beyond ensuring compliance with accessibility laws. The Toledo Museum of Art needed a plan for accessibility that worked for the museum's spaces and collection. Furthermore, accessibility is not just a series of projects and not just physical accessibility like I was used to as a person with a disability myself, but rather accessibility is ongoing cultural work. By being involved, wonderful, you can all hear me great. By being involved in the exhibition planning process, providing trainings on accessibility to staff, and working with staff to make our programs more accessible and inclusive, I was slowly starting to build that culture of accessibility at the Toledo Museum of Art, making accessibility something that was important to staff, museum-wide. Next slide, please. As I mentioned previously, I had worked at the Toledo Museum of Art in the past, nearly 10 years ago. As a person with a disability, I am keenly aware how inaccessible some areas, particularly staff-only areas, of the museum were due to elements of the original museum building that were over 100 years old. I realized during my time in the Visitor Services Department that I could use my experience, my lived experience of disability to help improve the other experiences for people with disabilities. I left the Toledo Museum of Art to pursue my master's degree in disability studies. But when the Manager of Access Initiatives position was announced in early 2021, I knew I wanted to apply for it because of the love I have for the Toledo Museum of Art and the passion I had for making this particular institution more accessible and inclusive for everyone. I soon realized that on my return to the museum, I didn't want to leave the museum again at the end of the 3-year term. I not only wanted to create a plan for an accessible future for the museum, but I wanted to be an active participant in facilitating that change, to see the shifts in accessibility, both physical and programmatic, happening in real time. Without having a deadline for my work to be completed looming over me, I would be able to integrate accessibility into the museum's culture more fully and to do it well, by giving it the time and dedication it deserves. I could be proactive in helping the museum become more accessible rather than reacting as accessibility issues arose. However, this would mean that I needed my position at the museum to become permanent, and there was not funding available for that yet. However, museum leadership hoped that this position would be endowed and that the initial 3-year term that was outlined for the Manager of Access Initiatives position could demonstrate an impact that led to a long-term investment. Next slide. Thankfully, after seeing what I was able to accomplish in my first year and responding to evidence that the culture was changing at the Toledo Museum of Art, the Conda family, Joseph and Judith Conda and their daughter Susan, made a gift to endow the position. The Condas had already provided funding to assist the museum in covering its half of my salary for the first 3 years, with the Ability Center covering the other half. In March of 2023, the Conda family's endowment of my position was announced. It is a gift that will sustain the Conda Family Manager of Access Initiatives position in perpetuity. If I ever leave the Toledo Museum of Art, which I do not anticipate happening soon, I know that this work will continue, allowing for a sustainable, accessible, and inclusive future at the Toledo Museum of Art. Next slide, please. As the Toledo Museum of Art director, Adam Levine, said in an article announcing the Conda family's endowment, the museum was founded for all of Toledo, and it has been a 120-year journey. We're on a journey to become even more accessible. We're never going to be done. We're always going to be working toward that. And because of the Conda family's gift, we're always going to have that commitment to excellence and the expertise to drive us further down the road. The Toledo Museum of Art was founded in order to share transformative power of art with the community, and the museum's dedication to accessibility and inclusivity exemplifies an ongoing commitment to its founding principles, ensuring art is shared with everyone in the community. The Conda Family Manager of Access Initiatives position is the next step in a long history of commitment to accessibility at the Toledo Museum of Art, which began with the museum's founders, the Libbies. The generous endowment from the Conda family marks a significant milestone in this ongoing journey, as it provides the resources to propel the museum toward its vision of becoming the model museum in the United States, known for its commitment to quality and culture of belonging, which includes becoming the model museum in terms of accessibility. The culture of accessibility we are building at the Toledo Museum of Art keeps accessibility at the forefront of our minds as we plan to reinstall our collection, ensuring our gallery spaces will be more accessible and interactive moving forward. Accessibility is a journey that is ongoing and collaborative. I encourage all of the museums represented here today to identify and reach out to disability organizations and groups local to your institution. Partnerships with these organizations like the Toledo Museum of Art's partnership with the Ability Center of Greater Toledo, will aid you in ensuring that accessibility initiatives are informed by diverse perspectives and that the voices of those with lived experience of disability are being heard and taken into consideration. Finding local partners committed to accessibility also introduces their expertise to museum operations and could create access to capital through partner organizations as well as grants or shared donors. By fostering these partnerships and actively participating in your local disability networks, your museum can grow and cultivate an environment where everyone feels valued and celebrated. As we look toward the future, let us continue to collaborate and dedicate ourselves to create a more accessible and, wait for it, inclusive cultural landscape. Together, we can build a community where everyone's well-being is prioritized and where museums serve as vibrant hubs of connection, learning, and creativity for all. Let us be the stewards who help the museum field lead by example, sharing our museums with everyone through our accessibility initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katie. Great presentation, and congratulations to Katie and to Toledo Museum. I envy Toledo Museum for having you. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Would you like to ask, maybe one or two questions to Katie while she's up here? Or we can just move on to the next speaker, maybe someone? Okay, Carol, please.
Katie, thank you. That was
Yes.
really inspiring. I have a question. I just wondered whether or not, as part of changing a systemic approach to changing an institution, whether you had to deal with attitudinal change amongst staff.
Yes, so short answer, yes. Thankfully, the Toledo Museum of Art staff they're all wonderful and they all want to help me make the museum become more accessible. It's more that often museum staff didn't know how they could help me or where accessibility fits into their areas. So thinking of conservation, how do accessibility and conservation intersect? We actually have touch tours for individuals who are blind or low vision that we have at the Toledo Museum of Art. Conservation's a major part of that, because if we're going to allow visitors to touch the artwork with gloved hands, of course, we need to make sure we're working with our conservation department to ensure that the appropriate pieces are being considered for the touch tours. So staff was all on board, but I think it was just working through with them how accessibility fits into the work that they do.
Thank you.
질문 있으시면.
We'll be taking other questions. If you have any questions, please raise your hand.
Okay, should we move on? Okay,
thank you.
Okay, let me introduce our second speaker, Dr. Jay Xu, or if I may, Jay. Okay, Jay has served on the governing board of the American Alliance of Museums. Jay earned his MA and PhD in art and archaeology at the Princeton University. And he has had 40 years of experience at International Museum and research as a scholar, curator, and museum director. To introduce a few of his career, he was at the Shanghai Museum, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York, and also the curator of Chinese art at the Seattle Art Museum, and the head of the Asian Art Department and a chairman of the Department of Asian and Ancient Art of Art Institute of Chicago. Well, currently, Jay is the director and CEO of Asian Art Museum of San Francisco. Okay. Okay, wait, if you're ready. Okay, welcome.
Good afternoon, and many thanks to Icom. I'm Rek, Icom Korea, for inviting me. It's a great opportunity to learn and exchange ideas. And I also particularly like to thank the simultaneous translator, because I don't have a written script, so they have to do their best. So if the translation is somewhat incomprehensible, it's my fault, not theirs. And also, I try to time myself to stay on time, but please, Akiko, feel free to remind me if I exceed my time limit. And I come from the Asian Art Museum, San Francisco, and this is a community of a very diverse ethnic groups, particularly deeply informed by Asian immigration. That's why I think we're a museum in the right place. And we are located in the Civic Center of San Francisco, and across the street from the plaza is the San Francisco City Hall, which further illustrates the central significance or central importance of the Asian Museum in the civic life of San Francisco. And today, my presentation's title is Caring for Your People, Staff, and Visitor-Centered Practice in Museum Operation. I simply use our museum's practice, which is far from being well-developed. We tried numerous methods and learned very good experiences, some successful, some not so much. So I use our operation as example for discussion. And this is the picture of my first day as the director and the CEO of the Asian Museum San Francisco. That was back in 2008, 16 years ago. And you can notice I do not have any black hair, or white hair, not black hair. I turned the other way around. Now look at me, that I'm full of white hairs. And that is a very momentous day for me personally, as well for the museum, because this is our first free Sunday ever. As we know, in the United States or in many other countries, when the museums charge regular admission, same time, they also very much want to provide free days for their public, whether local community or visitors from afar. But those free days tend to be on Tuesday or Wednesdays. The museum typically in the past closed on Monday. Why so? Because there were both very noble objective, provide free days, but there's also very pragmatic concern, because the best attendance days are Saturday and Sundays. And the museum, if they provide open access free days on those weekend days, they will lose a lot of money. So there's financial concern. But to me, to be blunt, I found this solution is hypocritical, because the people who really need access for free are the working class of our community. For people, $10, $15, or $5 is a serious consideration. So that is why I must find a way to address these issues. At the same time, however, typically free days are sponsored by corporations so that they can demonstrate their civic value, their service, their contribution back to the community. So I spoke to our sponsor, which is the Target Corporation, a department store, a chain in the United States, and their logo is a Target. That's why I'm wearing their T-shirt on that day. So I talked to their West Coast CEO. I said, the reason you are supporting us is to provide free access, and to do so to illustrate your civic value. Same time, we want to serve more people. And these clients, these visitors are also your shoppers. They are your patrons. The more we serve, the more value you can provide, and also serves a wonderful marketing promotion for the target corporation. But I cannot afford cover the free day with the money you already provided. I need you to double the funds you provide to the Asian Museum so we can serve at least double the audiences. And that's how we did. I'm proud to say we're the first museum in the entire United States to provide first free Sundays instead of free day on Tuesday and Wednesday. And I really hope many more museums will do that as well. At the same time, that free Sunday provided me with the opportunity to really study and learn about audiences who come to the Asian Museum. That will be the kind of understanding for me to work with my staff to better serve our community. So I stood there for about 4 or 5 hours to shake hands with all visitors come through, and that is the lesson and experience, still to this day, my best experience. And of course, as the director of the museum, my primary job is to recruit talent, discover, nurture them, retain them, develop them, and also, of course, let them be the very best. So I always consider, actually, if you look at the organizational chart of any organization, the director should not be at the top. The director should be at the bottom to support the people that are working for the museum. So let me first talk about staff wellness. I will briefly go through all these bullet points. So mental health resources, as we know, particularly after the pandemic, has become a serious issue among all the communities across the globe, including, of course, our own museum team, how we can take care of our staff, support them in terms of mental health, which has also happened to be among the most private concern of our employees. So we have an employee assistance program. That's a private consultation, provides access to free mental health professionals, life coaches, medical advocates, so on and so forth, all done in a very private and confidential manner. We also conduct regular workshops for staff that support and educate staff on mental health. We're talking, these workshops are public among the staff, talking about common issues. They're not necessarily refer to any particular case, but talking to the large trends, the common concerns, and so on and so forth. And we also, of course, use various promotional tools to promote mental health awareness, particularly among the co-workers. Anxiety and stress are big concerns among the staff, and also preventing burnout. Nowadays, with the world economy not doing so well, and the staff is certainly has more and more work on their hands. So how we can support them actually not working harder, but working more effectively by providing tools and so on and so forth. So work-life harmony is exactly alluding to the point that I just made, that how that the staff can have a very rewarding working experience, not by physically working more hours and harder, but be provided with tools, with support, and to work more effectively. And also, in the post-pandemic days, we installed flexible remote days. Now we are permanently in hybrid working fashions for staff whose work are not in the front line, that we enable them to work from home several days. And there's one core day, is Thursday, is everybody need to be on site. And there's also other engagement opportunities and for regular events, for team building. Actually, the hybrid working fashion has one disadvantage, that people have less face time with each other, unlike before. So we particularly created the parties and the events. On those days, everybody is on site. To that, people can have opportunity to get to know each other and learn about each other better. And the communication is always very important. We try to be as transparent as possible, that in terms of sharing the institutional goals, of course, personal matters are not to be shared, but otherwise it's transparent institutions. And so we actually engage staff to develop annual performance objectives for the entire institution before me and my executive team gets to finalize them, and then we, of course, share with them. We conduct monthly all-staff meetings with opportunity for open conversation and discussion. We, of course, host a special meeting for special events whenever it is needed. Equity and inclusion is very, very important. It's a foundational value for our organization and for many museums in the US. DEAI, diversity, equity, accessibility, and inclusion. And we have a special staff-led council led by general staff to help measure our progresses, help setting annual targets and actual implementation as well. There's also, of course, a training program. This is the picture that our staff party that we do. I think the director, to begin with, need to be a regular person. You are just like the next staff on the museum. The director just have a different job description, but otherwise, I think we're all on the same team. Really, now let me quickly focus on the next part of my presentation, which is how we care for our visitors near and far. I think fundamentally, the value we provide is to connect the art to life. Everything we present, that we share with our visitors, must be relevant to their life today. We know we are living in a globalized world, but the globalism, in my view, always starts with your neighborhood. A museum's first and foremost responsibility is to the people in your community. They, of course, extend out to the region, to the world, globally. We serve people from all over the world, but first and foremost is the people in the neighborhood. So we're very much attentive to how make the Asian art and the culture relevant, inspiring to our public, that our public can see themselves in their view. Here, however, when I talk about Asian art, I don't define Asia necessarily by geography and ethnicity alone. We really define Asia by connection. That anybody has any connection with Asia is under the rubric of our effort. In this case, Asian is for all. So one of the big topics that we are confronting our community, of course, is the anti-Asian hate. Particularly during the pandemic, there was a rampant incidence of anti-Asian hate, violence, verbal abuse, and so on and so forth. Asian Museum is in the forefront of our common effort of fighting anti-Asian hate. We march, our staff participate. We, of course, will serve as a platform for the effort of reducing racism and fighting hate. And on the left, you see a statement that we're publishing in our local newspaper. And also we organize with many other organizations every month, every year in May on the Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. Great opportunity to share the story and share the successes as well as struggles of the Asian American community, and also using the opportunity to enhance the effort of fighting anti-Asian hate. But this work is not 1 week, 1 month, it's all the time. And I would feel wonderful to coming here to participate in this conference, but there's one small regret because I missed the annual Pride Parade. It's a wonderful festivity in San Francisco. What you're looking at is 2023. But my colleague was marching and they just sent me some wonderful pictures. So every museum comes down to mission. Mission, the first and foremost. What is your job of a museum? So what was the Asian Museum's mission in the past? I won't read it to you, it's kind of long. We only focusing on the highlighted part. We're the museum to tell the story and create experience about Asian art, which means the art made in Asia. But now, as I said, we focus on connections. So what we have done is that we're not only about Asian art, but also about Asian American art and the culture. The Asian American meaning the Asian diasporic art, that the art and the culture created in America by the people from Asia, of Asian descent. So in this case, we doubled our mission. In doing so, we grew our roots deeper into our community, into the United States. And in order to do so, of course, we need to have an enlarged platform. So, and the first slide you'll see is our front facade, which was converted from a Beaux-Arts structure built in the 1920s as public library. And that library was converted into the new home of the Asian Museum and opened in 2003. Our museum itself was founded in 1966 and in the famous Golden Gate Park. In 2003, we moved to that building you saw at the beginning of my talk. Now, during my time, we also expanded in the backside of the museum a new modern contemporary structure, stylistically both contemporary but also in alignment, in respect of the existing Beaux-Arts structure. What I want to tell here is that you can see from the slides, not only on the pedestrian level, but also one level above, as well on the rooftop art terrace, you have art facing outwards. So our idea is that the museum's wall should no longer only be a protective barrier, should be the first gallery that will reach out to our community. And of course, the museum all have their posters, advertisement, but in this case, they are real works of art created by our artists in our community. So as we go a little bit further in that regard. For example, this is by a Filipino-American woman artist, Jennifer Wolford, paying homage to former generations of Asian American artists whose work was tremendous, but somehow forgotten in the mainstream story of American art and culture. And this is by Chinese American women artist Chanel Miller, and her work is called I Am, I Was, I Am, I Will Be. She was the victim of sexual violence on the campus of Stanford University, and she was very brave, stood out, eventually wrote a book called Know My Name. It's a very iconic case that how that a community has the responsibility supporting women and also altogether fighting against sexual violence towards women. And on the rooftop, that we also have an Indian American woman artist, Jas Charanjiva's work, Don't Mess With Me. It's also about women's rights and fight against violence. And here is a picture from the street that you can see that her work is on the rooftop. At the same time, right now, we have a new rotation. Right now, we're on the pedestrian level. We have a Korean American artist's work, paying both homage to traditional Korean art as well as the Korean American immigration experience. But this is not only on the facade, on the outside. Of course, the museum has galleries on the inside. So we have done a series of exhibitions featuring Asian American artists such as Carlos Villa, another very, very important Filipino American artist. He was also an educator, trained many generations of American artists in San Francisco Bay Area. And then a Chinese American woman artist, Bernice Bing, that is also an icon, who was not only an artist, but also a community activist, works actively in Chinatown to help transform the young gangsters from violent behavior to community builders. So art indeed has impact. And as a museum, as a platform, we need to work with artists to activate those activism. But of course, our traditional strengths has always been featuring the art that comes from Asia, and we have continued to sustain that effort. Just using this example, the world's famous Chinese terracotta warrior, how you relate the ancient art from remote land, in this case China, from remote time, which is 2,000 years ago, to the people in the San Francisco community or visitors come from near and far. We focus on one theme, immortality. That we try to tell the story that the great effort that went into building those monumental sculptures, the mausoleum, is all for the Emperor of China to ensure immortality in the afterlife. Well, immortality can be achieved by any of us, no matter what our social station is. If we are volunteer in the community, helping elderly, helping sickly, to prolong their life, enjoy their life experience, we achieve our immortality. If we are a school teacher, we help train the best students. We achieve our immortality. So when we present this exhibition, we ask our audience to think how we can each in our own way achieve immortality. Every one of us can do that, no matter which walk of life we are in. And then, of course, we will also want to put Asian art in the global context, right? And Asian art is not only in the so-called Asian continent, which by and large is an artificial concept. The globe is rounded, there's no beginning and no end. All categories are artificial. So how we can relate the art made in conventionally understood Asia in a global context. So in this exhibition, that is an audience-driven exhibition called Gorgeous. We ask people to define what gorgeous means to you. You know, in this case, of course, we juxtapose Roscoe and a East Asian Buddhist sculptures. Both are very good at aiding meditation in different ways. In this regard, they are fundamentally relatable. They're fundamentally relevant to our life today. We even went to the street and asked people to tell us, what do you mean on the idea of gorgeous? And we got an answer is that different people have different definitions. This is a streetcar driver. That, you know, if you go to San Francisco, one of the most famous tourist destination is the open door streetcar. And the streetcar driver said, what is most gorgeous is my brake box, because it has to work every time. If it does not work, the people may die. So, okay, I have to hurry up. Yoga, of course, that you can understand that how we bring yoga into our exhibition, turning static artworks into a live experience. And then, of course, the museum is full of activities. Museum always a live museum. By art museum, often the case by definition is soundless and motionless. We need to build that program, bring liveliness of our life into our work. Children's education is the most important. And not only different performances, of course, and also the gallery tours, storytellings. We actively work with the San Francisco Unified School District to host the annual School Arts Festival. And this is for all communities. Once again, really relate Asia in the global context, making Asia a museum for all. Of course, about accessibilities, that we're very attentive. We are working with various organizations, but we are very really at the beginning. One organization, for example, is called the Tower of Light, that the vision challenges the special needs. But one principle we use to our earlier presentation, when we design accessibility, one principle we use is nothing about us without us. Us in here means people have special needs, because they are the people who knows the best. They teach us how to work with them. We also try to use as many universal signs as possible, because not everybody can read English, and not everybody can really understand, multiple languages. We try to use as many universal designs as possible. Of course, in order to promote the awareness of the Asia Museum, we went through every possible ways. This museum also had a Guinness World Record for larger human flower that was made in on June 15th, 2017. That's a year we honor the 50th anniversary of Summer of Love, the civil rights movement. During the pandemic, we turned our museum into an online museum. I cannot really go into detail because I'm running out of time. And lastly, we also try to tap into new technology. RAD, meaning research and development, but also is about radical thinking, radical change. Through play game, for example, how we build relationships, particularly in this case among elderly. Love, tender feelings. Game is, of course, a very useful tool, but also it's double-edged sword. How we can use the game and digital technology in import agency in our audiences is very important. San Francisco now has a lot of driverless cars, so this experiment is called how not to get hit by a self-driving car. So on and so forth. In the end, Asian for all. This is why our museum logo is upside down A, which mathematically means for all. And it's a live logo. You could expose all different kinds of art onto it. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Okay.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you very much. You've been a great director of the museum since 2008. And thank you for sharing your talk with us about happy visitor, happy staff, happy community, happy artists. Thank you very much. And why don't we move on and we can have a group discussion later. So our third speaker for this session is Natalie Bondil. Natalie is a museologist, curator, and art historian. And can I invite Natalie up on stage? She has been vice chair of the Canada Council of the Arts and member of Icom France Board of Directors, and currently Museum Exhibitions Director at the Arab World Institute, IMA, in Paris since 2021. She's French and Canadian, and she was a Montreal Museum of Fine Arts Director, and she's conducted, planned several exhibitions, etc., etc. And I'll just give the floor to Natalie. Please, thank you.
Can you... Thank you. Thank you very much for this invitation and those kind words. I will be very quick because we are running after time. Do you see my... Yes, perfect. Wonderful. The topic today of my little talk will be about care and cure, and caring museum and museotherapy for an healthier society. Museotherapy, in fact, refers to the new definition, Icom definition you may know by heart, and I want to enhance those words: inclusive, diversity, sustainability, communities, and experiences. So all those words engage all of us to go from exclusion, from segregation to integration, and even more inclusion. If you want to find more tools available on website, I would advise you to read Culture and Local Development Maximizing the Impact. We already mentioned this morning, which is very useful concerning the Caring Museum. It was published in 2018, and overall, the World Health Organization meta-analysis about what is the evidence on the role of the arts improving health and well-being. So this scoping review resume more than 900 studies about arts and health. And in fact, what is important for all of us is to remind the definition from the WHO organization: health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. So it's very, very wide. This WHO study, which was published in 2018, just before the pandemic, and with the pandemic, changed considerably the way and our perspective towards health and society, and especially, and after our keynote speaker this morning, we know much more about neurosciences and about who we are as a human animal, I would say. In fact, man is 100% biological and 100% cultural, say Edgar Morin, a French philosopher. So what is important for all of us is not just to think about a museum as a place for knowledge, but really to think the museum as inviting the biological and experiential visitor. So what you see here is our ancestor, Lucy, looking at the iPhone, and you can see how we are all completely absorbed, swallowed by this artificial intelligence. So let's think about our emotional intelligence. It is important to know that our museums can struggle against cognitive biases. You know that we are all subject to cognitive biases. everybody here in this room and everywhere. We have more than 300 cognitive biases, which have been identified by psychologists. So what is important is to know that because we have all those biases which enhance some stereotypes, etc., donc arts can enlarge our mind, our brain, in order to try to escape to those stereotypes. How art can help us to enlarge our mind. In fact, this is a wonderful experience at the Rijksmuseum in 2015. Terminally ill patients visiting late Rembrandt, this painting, and when you are facing a work of art which please you, obviously, there are all kinds of effects on your brain. And this is what, in fact, I am studying with Dr. Pierre Lemarquis, a famous French neurologist, who says art sculpts and caresses the brain. Sculpt because there is an activity about our neuroplasticity, but there is also this caress, this softness, because thanks to this impact, biochemical impact, we are able to create endogenous substances like dopamine, morphine, adrenaline, cortisol, etc., etc. I want to be short today, but those impacts are absolutely proved. So how museotherapy can help? Museotherapy is a new concept. In fact, I created in 2016 for the Montreal Museum of Fine Arts, where I was a director, and then we defined thanks to the Dictionary of Quebec. And the definition is museotherapy is a new concept that includes a set of practices that have in common the improvement and well-being of the audiences they serve in a museum context. So what is important is that before the pandemic, all those pioneering actions were little known. But I would say that now, because of all those issues about mental health, there are much more interest around the world. There is an interesting example, practical example of giving blood in the galleries of the Fine Arts Museum in Orléans in France. And this is organized thanks to the city, thanks to the institution, museum institution, and thanks to the Blood Association. There is another example with the Louvre, here in the hospital of Fontainebleau, who create special exhibitions for the nurses and all the caregivers. So what is important, we all say, in order to have a more sustainable society is to create partnerships for a socially committed museum. It is important to co-create, I would say to be co-creative. And thanks to this association, we can work for the patient, the participant, all together by creating a sur-mesure, an haute couture, I would say, program, and not a ready-to-think program, which will gather at the same time an art therapist, for example, at the Montreal Museum of Fine Arts, and we hire an art therapist on a regular basis, association, researcher, because evaluation are very important when you are working on this scientific field, and of course, creating an art and health committee. This co-creation is also a reference to the caring museum and the ethics of care. You know, for example, you have this process we have defined in a book. The caring about then is to identify an issue in your society. Taking care of is how you will provide this care, then the caregiving, and at the end, very important, the care receiving is how you will receive, you will evaluate your action. And so, thanks to this process, you can handle all kinds of issues through your communities about disadvantaged children, violence, social exclusion, school perseverance, etc., etc. Some very shortly, a pilot project we launched at the Montreal Museum of Fine Arts, thanks to our Museum Art and Health Advisory Committee, which also was shared by the chief scientist of Quebec. So we were able to have a pilot project on psychiatric problems, cardiac arrhythmia, autism spectrum, epilepsy, Alzheimer, elders, breast cancer, immigrants, eating disorders, etc., etc. Once again, I'm very short, but all those projects has been evaluated. There is something very new we created in 2018, was a new museum medical prescription. So you were able to go and to visit your doctor, and then you received a prescription in order to go to the museum. So that was a great success, and in fact now we can see that there are many other museums in Belgium or in France and in other countries who do the same. Another important vision is to enlarge your understanding and your narrative, your storytelling about the collections you have in your museum. For example, here we have some example of posters for children or for whoever about the art of diversity, about inclusion. We can see that there are different morphology, different bodies than in our collections, which are all beautiful. Or, for example, you can choose here this sculpture by Jim Dine against bullying for schools. So it's a new way to see and to explain your collection. The art of the one word. The art of the one word is also all about inclusion. It refers to Édouard Glissant, a great philosopher from Martinique. And here you can see that it's not a vision of the others, but in a world in which we are all included. And this is exactly what we want to do. And here, because we were in Quebec, with an hockey mask. So you can see that everybody could project himself. There is another tool you could see, because it is available in English. It's a platform, an educative platform, which was supported by the Quebec Ministry of Education, which was co-created through Quebec, in 17 schools. And in each schools, there were one topic about one main theme beyond history of art, about ecology, feminism, peace, etc., etc. Everything was decided and created by teachers, for teachers, and for school children, thanks to our collection. This is what also we do at the Arab World Institute in Paris. For example, now we are working with some teachers, with academic, in order to create interconfessional dialogue here between the Jewish religions and the Islamic religion. So, thanks to our collection, we work with the Museum of Judaism in Paris, with the Institut du Monde Arabe. And of course, we also work, or in Canada or in France, at the Arab World Institute, about gender equity and about the LGBT. So in Montreal, for example, in yellow, you have this Montreal Museum of Fine Arts is proud to celebrate diversity, because we organize each year a float for the Gay Pride. So that was very unique, and that was underlined by Icom and OECD. Another example at the Arab World Institute, which is more unusual, I would say, because we are not the Islamic Art Institute, we are the Arab World Institute. We created a specific exhibition for the LGBT artists from the Arab world, and this is a file for teachers. Now this exhibition is exported in Stockholm. We also work for the WHO organization, thanks to Culture Runners and the Healing Arts and Health Lab. There are different event donc, through the world, which began during the pandemic until the Yazidi Cultural Archives. You can see that it was launched donc, in Venice, at the Met, in Houston, etc. And with the Yazidi Cultural Archives, donc, this is an example which was supported by Google Arts and Culture and the community Jamel. Donc, we offered a platform for those violented women donc, from Iraq, who were able to create works of art in order to communicate their own story. Last, a toolkit, 10 ideas for a caring museum. If you want to use it, it is available on the website, thanks to Marzia Varuti, who also works for Icom, by the way, and some books, the Oxford Handbook of the Positive Humanities and Art Therapy in Museum and Galleries, reframing practice, who can be very useful for anybody who would like to know more about this subject. Thank you very much. I was quick, but I hope it was interesting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Natalie. Great presentation on well-being and museotherapy. Of course, it kind of reminded me of walking in the woods for therapeutic purposes. Now it's walking in the museum for therapeutic purposes. And so let's forget the museum fatigue, right?
Exactly.
Anyway, why don't we have a group discussion? Or yes? Or maybe
Everybody,
from the floor? Or
any question for my predecessor or the other panelists?
And if you have questions, I can just maybe, how much time do we have? Let's see, 5 minutes? 5 to 10 minutes. Oh, that's good.
Wonderful.
Okay, wonderful. So, anyone? Okay, we have one
question
from the audience. Please, your institution and maybe where you're from and your name, please.
My name is Jiyoung Kwon from Hongik University in Seoul, Korea. I very much enjoyed your talk. Thank you very much. I had heard about your medical prescription program, which I think is great. But I just have one comment. You introduced Edgar Morin's quote at the beginning, and I Googled him. He's 102 years old.
Yes,
still
wonderful.
living.
Wow.
French philosopher. And I noticed that you use the term man is 100% biological and 100% cultural.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering whether you could, maybe this was in the translation, you could choose a better word.
Yes,
Now
man.
we live in the 21st century. Maybe Homo sapiens.
He's
or
an extraordinary
human.
man. He's very old. He's like an icon for us. Edgar Morin is a man, now we would say, donc human being, but you know, he does not belong to the same generation. In fact, when he said we are 100% biological and 100% cultural, is the fact that we have to consider that your understanding of the reality is made by three main elements. First, donc, your culture, who donc, made your brain. Then you have your memory, donc, and then you have your emotion. This morning, donc, the keynote speaker explained that very well. So it say that, as say Antonio Damasio, a very famous neuroscientific from San Francisco, say that the brain is a servant of the body. The brain is a servant of the body. You cannot think, you cannot just be rational. It is just impossible. In fact, we are always modified by our environment, our biological environment, by our cultural environment, and by our cognitive understanding. Our brain is not a computer. Our brains, between our ears, serves us to survive. He's an extraordinary storyteller, and he wants to go very quick towards the quickest understanding of the chaos which surrounds us. So this is why we have so many biases. Well, we should be humble And when Edgar Morin is a specialist of the philosophy of the complexity.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Talking about immortality, any questions for Jay, since we're here? Anyone? Maybe? No? Or? Anyone? Of course. He's been here for so long. Okay, Carol?
It's not really a question about immortality, Jay. I was, oh gosh, I don't know exactly how to phrase it. I was just really fascinated by the work that you're doing with staff. And oh, okay, I'm sorry. My question for Jay was actually not about immortality. It was about his work with staff. And I was fascinated about your definition of leadership, which is not, which is one that serves your staff. Can you elaborate on that a little bit? Yeah, I think that I mention this because when we were in Prague in 2022 for the Icom Triennial, we had a panel or a conversation with Lonnie Bunch and Hilary Carty about leadership. And one of the issues that was actually coming out was that leadership is now less hierarchical, with the kind of heroic leader at the top, and much more horizontal. I think you are sort of part of this new development in leadership, and I just wondered if you would like to comment.
Yeah, I think that's a very big question. Of course, I think it's a topic that requires a lot of investment in thinking. I think leadership, long story short, in my view, are multi-dimensional. The traditional way of hierarchical, you are at the top, is no longer suffice. I'm not saying it's wrong necessarily, because the leader by definition lead, particularly when the institution in a great moment of challenge, difficulty, and who is going to be there to be held accountable, to be spokesperson for an institution. I think that must be the director, must be the leader. And you, of course, I mean, when you're looking at the leader of organization, the first foremost, what is the vision to transform, to lead the museum team forward? So that's only one dimension, however. The other dimension is actually you're at the bottom. Your job is to support the people who hierarchically reporting to you, so your job to make their work possible. In due course, their job is to support the people, their team, and so on and so forth. So I think this is a bottom-up dimension as well. And you already added a horizontal dimension. In many ways, we try to flatten the organizations. But I don't think any of these three dimensions are mutually exclusive. I think ideally they all work at the same time in different manners, but they all work together. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's give a big hand to Katie and Jay and Natalie for this wonderful session on people from the internal perspective. Now I guess we move on to the external perspective. But you can. Okay, no. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm just controlling everything. I'm sorry. But anyway, it's just great to have. We begin to see things that it's not everything is interweaving. I think the museum world. We are all inclusive, diverse, and we learn a lot. And from this session, and from all the sessions since this morning, and since yesterday and the workshops, it's been a wonderful way to learn as a museum professional and to get new ideas and share ideas so we can move on to the future. Okay. Yes, of course. Please.
Thank you. I'm sorry, because I'm a small museum director. I'm a small museum director located in a very population of 10,000 in Korea, 2 hours from here. And of course, when I listened to Jay's lecture, that it's how wonderful the director must have been. But for me, as a personal experience, let's say that I try to motivate it in a way that I think it's suitable, but individuals are very different because we have to reward in different ways. And when institution size is big, that we can use the system. But when institution size is small, because we have a very personal relationship with the staff and director. Now, most of us are so just burnt out. And then also the relation is very contaminated in a way. When I just open my mouth, they automatically, oh, she's saying that again. And so how do we change that? I think that's the leadership because, as a person that I have this kind of style, but I have to learn to change myself to accommodate my staff. And then some of the staff members are long-term. They've been with us for 20 years. And then we get used to it. And then now, because we are talking about all these changes, but we are just automatically getting into the habit that it's very hard to change our habits, habitual thinking. So could you give me your wise advice for that? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, Eun. Now, please.
Yeah, thank you for your comment. Actually, we all experience the same. And I think, indeed, I don't think we can necessarily change others, but what we can do is change ourselves. Change always starts with oneself. One change, for example, I learned is actually listening is far more important than speaking, particularly as a leader, that our first and foremost job to change our behavior, try to giving marching orders, but really listen. But through the listening, people will have a sense of a stakeholdership. Actually, my views or my concerns, my complaints matters, even though you may not solve all my problems, but you cared to listen to me. I think from these kind of listening, actually we occur out better ideas. So indeed, I'm far from having magic solutions, but I find practicing listening is very important. Try to change myself rather asking my team to change. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for this wonderful session. Anyway, but I come from a very small museum. There are only 2 curators, but it's a university museum. We have student engagement, and that counts a lot, I think. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone. So I will turn this to.
Yes. Thank you. 저희가 10분.
We're going to take a 10-minute break and reconvene. What time is it right now? So we will reconvene at 4:30 sharp. It might not be a 10-minute break. Oh, it's a 12-minute break. So we'll
4:30 again. 안녕하세요. 다시.
Hello, it's me again. We'd like to now begin the internal. So I'd like to thank once again Vice Chair of Icom Japan, Ms. Fukuno, for her moderation in the past session. And now we'd like to get started with a new session. I'd like to invite the moderator up to the stage, Vice Chair of Icom Korea, the Chair of Korea Museum Education Association, Mr. Kwan-ho Lee. Please join me in welcoming him up to the podium. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Kwan-ho Lee. It's good to see you again. This session will invite 3 speakers, and I'd like to ask each speaker to spend 15 minutes on their presentation, and then we will be having a comprehensive Q&A session afterwards. The concept of sustainable development is it's becoming very important to museums, and there are a lot of elements that go into sustainable development. We've heard from our previous speakers. It's a very complex and, in somewhat of a way, vague and challenging concept. When we talk of museums, we have to think about the elements of people, the element of people, and I think that element, in a way, can be looked at philosophically, also with complexity. I have been working as a curator for the National Folk Museum of Korea for 32 years, and myself as well have contemplated on those challenges and how to reflect or actually embrace the concept of sustainability in the realm that we are given. The topic of people, we looked first into the internal aspect of people, and now we're moving on to external aspect of people. But I think in the bigger picture, it's all the same thing. We're all talking about one group of people that we are serving. So in the external people section, we're going to look at how or whether museums can have an impact on social well-being and what examples there could be. So there are 3 big branches to this session. Our first speaker, Ms. Sylvia Singer, will be looking into these series of questions from a design perspective. And we'll have Mr. Kevin Farmer speak as well. He will be talking about the important issues at hand after the pandemic, and we'll be inviting Ms. Eny Lee, who'll be talking to us from the perspective of cultural diversity. And so I'd like to be very brief on my remarks. I won't even give a grand introduction because I want to leave a lot of time up for the presenters. And I don't want to tire you any more than you are. So without further ado, I'd like to invite our first speaker up to the podium, the stage, Ms. Sylvia Singer. Actually, she planned to be here, but unfortunately, to her circumstances, she's not able to be with us today. She'll be delivering her message via video, and then taking your questions live via Zoom. She is the CEO of Museo Interactivo de Economía. She is looking into innovation and design, science, education, communication, society, and the economy. Her spectrum of interest is very diverse. She was able to design the concept of MIDE, Museo Interactivo de Economía in Mexico, and have introduced her new concepts to other similar organizations. She'll be talking to us about amazing complexity and when design is the answer. She has served as the president of Icom Mexico twice, and she also sits as the board director of international museum affiliations and organizations. So once again, I'd like to welcome Ms. Sylvia Singer via her video message. She'll be talking to us about when you have amazing complexity, design is the answer.
Hello, I'm Sylvia Singer, the director of MIDE, the Interactive Museum of Economics in Mexico City. And I want to thank Icom Korea and the National Folk Museums of Korea for the invitation to participate in this very important conference, and to regret that I am not there personally due to personal situations. But let me share with you my ideas about the topic of our panel, which is, can museums have an impact on social well-being? And in my section, I would try to discuss, when you have amazing complexity, design is the answer. That's my proposal. If design is the answer, where are we standing today? We are no doubt living a planetary crisis that involves many situations that affects the whole world, that have a global impact. And nobody escapes from any of these situations. So why aren't we celebrating the success of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals? Why is it that we cannot say that it's almost 5 years to completion and we've done quite well? Because we have faced situations like the uneven economic development, public policies that are different for all countries, needs and disparities, and also the problem that Sustainable Development Goals are basically a discourse agreement with very minor superficial possible actions. The agenda is so wide that it is difficult to implement. And emergent urgencies like the effects of climate change or the pandemic are really putting our priorities somewhere else. So I do believe that museums must be resourceful spaces to serve society in regard of sustainable development. But how much can we do? And is it for all kinds of museums? Let's start by saying that museums are places of provocation, where we are exposed to new ideas, but mainly where our visit will take us to exercise critical and creative thinking by discovery, and because of critical and creative thinking, feel empowered. Museums, we know, are trusted destinations that reflects the complexity of life. Places for science, places for art, places for innovation. And if we think that sustainability equals to well-being for all, museums are safe places for these difficult conversations that we need to have if we want to pursue sustainability. Sustainability in itself is an amazingly complex issue. Sustainability involves the social, the economic, and the environmental. So what should we do at the museum? Is it about explaining the facts? Is it about telling people what to do? Or is it about empowering society, empowering our visitors? But how can we do this? Let's think about the visitor experience. Let's think about reflecting people's lives. Let's think about providing tools, and let's allow audiences to have the last word. But can we do it? Can we really do it? Well, we believe design is the answer, the design of the visitor experience. And we've done it in MIDE. And I'm going to talk about our successful experience, which started as a design phase in 2002 and opened to the public in 2006 as the first interactive museum of economics in the world that would tackle the very dry and difficult issue of economy and make it easy to understand and easy to acquire by our visitors. We definitely put the visitor at the center. This means not the curator, not the topic, not the content, not the collection, but the visitor. We obviously exposed verifiable content, and we fostered interaction by the visitor with the museum and the visitor with other visitors. And how did we do that? By promoting dialogue. For us, daily life and decision-making are the two main strains of all our content, because those are going to help us to create a sense of belonging. And if we want to create the sense of belonging in our visitors, well, we need to understand who they are. Who are we talking to? And it's becoming a very complex situation because we have 6 different potential generations, 6 different groups of people visiting our museum in a single day. We go from people born in 1926, which are the eldest in the planet right now, who had a very pragmatic approach to nature and to life, to the very young, who probably were born a few minutes ago. The first generation, as I said, had a pragmatic approach. The baby boomers, we all went for becoming an influential generation and advocates for many things. The Generation X is a more pragmatic and independent mindset. But let's go to the most important right now, and the ones that are most common, the ones that are most numerous. The millennials, the Generation Z, the centennials, and the Generation Alpha. These 3 generations go from growing into digital environments, being real digital natives, or just expecting that they will be globally concerned for the world. Their points of view are really very important. These are our main visitors. What have we done with this kind of information at the Economy Museum? Let me show you what we did in our Sustainable Development Hall, which is a must for an economy museum. In 2012, we inaugurated this new exhibit hall, and its structure was spinning around 4 topics. What is sustainability, the natural capital, the real cost of things, and climate change? Because these 3 spheres of human interaction and human activity were going to lead us to a common goal, sustainability, by making decisions at different levels. So the need for renewal is real. Many things have happened since then. Not even the Sustainable Development Goals were in place. Let me show you the new approach that we are designing for the Sustainable Development Exhibit Hall. This time, the Sustainable Development Hall is not going to pursue a goal. In fact, it is going to show a path to well-being. And this path has 3 spheres of action. In one, we will talk about the need of nature that must be resilient. In another one, we will talk about the need of social equality. And finally, the need for responsible economic processes. But all of these can only be shown, can be exercised, can be exposed with a strong emphasis on human rights, access for all, and I mean access to food, education, health, and adaptation to climate change. These three spheres are going to be strongly based on science and culture. The science we are discovering and we know, and the culture in which we develop. To be successful, we need to understand who these audiences are. And we always carry on with audience research. This time, I'm going to show you just the front-end studies and their result. We studied the centennials because they are the majority of our visitors. And we used questions that were simple and others more complex. Some that didn't use the titles of things or the technical words, but more trying to understand what people really knew about complicated issues. Like, for example, instead of asking them if they knew what sustainable development was, we asked them, for example, if they knew how to participate in circular economy. And that kind of thing revealed that people know much more than what you think or what they even think as well. We found very interesting that 12% of our audiences responded to a certain question explicitly, that education was needed to implement actions. And others were also talking about things that are very important, like how environmental problems increase the prices of the goods and services they need, but they do not relate them to the fact that we have a planetary crisis or that nature is in big trouble. It's important also to know that this centennial profile is coincident with what is happening in the world, but that also the centennials are showing a big concern about other issues we should be taking in account, like, for example, their mental health, the access to education, the poverty alleviation, and ethical use of technology, for example. All of this brings me to the end of my presentation. So museums do play a strategic role, because museums are open spaces for people, as I said at the very beginning. And it doesn't matter what type of museum we are. We can play this important role as safe spaces, safe places for important discussions where we can find information, proposals, support, but mainly places where we can dialogue and where we can feel at ease in order to find common solutions for sustainable development, for the path to well-being, because that will only happen as a collaborative action that allows multiple voices and knowledge. Thank you very much.
네, 감사.
Thank you. Very on time. Ms. Singer will be joining us in the Q&A session via Zoom streaming later on. Ms. Sylvia has been pioneering the achievement of social well-being and SDG achievement, and especially looking at design in tackling the complexity of the issue. So please think to yourself if you have any questions for the later Q&A session. Next, I'd like to introduce to you our second speaker. Mr. Kevin Farmer is a Deputy Director of Barbados Museum and Historical Society. He'll be talking to us today about SDG and Barbados Museum, social well-being, museums, and COVID-19. Let me introduce to you Mr. Farmer and welcome him up to the stage. Mr. Farmer is currently Deputy Director of the Barbados Museum and Historical Society. He holds a master's degree in History, Heritage Studies from the University of the West Indies. Mr. Farmer is co-editor of the publication Plantation to Nation, Caribbean Museums, and National Identity, along with other articles on the cultural resource management of Barbados. Over the past 10 years as the Deputy Director of the Barbados Museum, Mr. Farmer has been responsible for museum exhibition programming and capital campaign fundraising. And they have together secured funds for the development of a multi-purpose open-air theater with the development of children's gallery and community engagement through innovative exhibit public programming. His works are especially significant as it relates to small island development states and as an SDG goal. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Farmer up to the stage. The stage is yours.
Kind introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I first want to thank Icom Korea, ICME, and the National Folk Museum for inviting me and for having me here. I know that I have 15 minutes, so my talk will provide context of, well, where is Barbados? Understanding the SDGs as it relates to the Caribbean, the COVID response of the Barbados Museum that ties into SDGs, and of course, what have we learned? For those of you who might not know, Barbados is a small island located in the Southern Caribbean. A population of 300,000. We achieved independence from the United Kingdom in 1966, having been a colony since 1627. Basically, the introduction of sugar into the transatlantic New World led to the development of Barbados as a production site utilizing enslaved African labor as the majority population. The Barbados Museum was established in 1933 by an act of parliament. It has over 500,000 objects. This year, we're in our 91st year. And then in the 1980s, it's an interesting hybrid. It's a colonial museum evolving in a post-independence and post-colonial museum, which means that sometime in the 1980s, a serious look at what was the purpose of the museum was undertaken. And this led to the development of the modern museum post-1983. It hired professional staff, and it began to relook what its policy was to in fact reflect the wider history of the majority population. Prior to that, it viewed itself and exhibited itself through the lens of a colonial entity. In other words, it othered itself. And we all know what that does to people. The museum is a general history museum. It seeks to tell the story of 5,000 plus years of human habitation on this island. It has collections ranging from natural history, archaeology, social history, ethnography, art, manuscripts, military gallery, as well as a small children's museum. In our 90th year, the museum embarked on a program utilizing social media to begin to gather from its community what in fact they want to see reflected in the museum. Because we are about to embark on, in the next 2 or 3 years, an entire redesign and redevelopment of what the museum is and what its galleries would look like. It is called Our Stories, Our Museum. And we recognized immediately that there is a need to, in fact, co-opt the public as co-curators in this venture. No longer is the curator simply the person who knows it all. We are not. We're simply facilitators of the multiple narratives and multiple focalities of the communities in which we find ourselves and the communities who exist within the diaspora beyond the geographic confines of our islands. And I just want to leave that up for a while because Our Stories, Our Museum, that initial public engagement utilizing social media becomes quite pivotal with the lockdown caused by COVID-19. Barbados in 2022 signed a 2-year implementation plan with the UN Development System to implement a countrywide program within the multi-country Sustainable Development Cooperation framework. The program aimed to support Barbados in the areas of digital knowledge-based economy, the improvement of social protection systems, the strengthening of data capacity towards resilient recovery, the support of an integrated policy for climate change, disaster risk reduction, and access to climate financing, and also to build out a comprehensive program for expanding agricultural productivity and ensuring food security. This was the state party's take and implementation of how it saw the SDGs pertaining to Barbados, which meant it tied into 4 of the SDG goals: zero hunger, sustainable cities and communities, climate action, and partnerships for goals. The CHIP, while targeted, did not allow for a comprehensive understanding of the state's response to implementing the SDG goals. To understand that response, one needs to examine reports which track and provide data on the overall state of the SDG implementation as it relates to small island development states, or SIDS. The 2023 report for SIDS by the UN basically stated, global progress has stalled on the SDGs since 2020. SIDS are particularly off track. The reason? Funding. There's simply a lack of funding to drive the implementation of SDG across SIDS entities. It relates that there's a common inherent characteristics of smallness, remoteness, high dependency on strategic imports and tourism receipts, challenging natural environments, and fragile ecosystems, which impede their ability to achieve sustainable development. SIDS also face specific challenges to unlock the financing needed to invest in SDGs. In response to this, the financing report went on to state that it is extremely urgent to respond to the SDG financing needs of SIDS, because SIDS represent a very low share of cumulative historical greenhouse emissions. Imagine that. We haven't really contributed to it, but we are the net inheritors of the disadvantageous note of what climate change has wrought on this world. And in fact, only yesterday and into today, Barbados and Eastern Caribbean have been struck by a hurricane. Welcome to climate change in the 21st century. The global index ranking for Barbados places at number 68. What we have a country has been able to do through our Prime Minister is to advocate for a series of measures to ask for a rethink of the global architecture around financing, to recognize the importance of the vulnerability of SIDS and of the natural and man-made disasters being disruptors to debt repayment, and seeking breathing space and new financial instruments to assist SIDS nations. This can be seen in the 2022 Bridgetown Initiative that called for providing liquidity to stop the debt crisis and for expanding multilateral lending to governments by $1 trillion US. Its result has seen the call for a global SDG stimulus plan, acceptance of a loss and fund at COP27, and global recognition of the need for financial systems to pay real attention to poverty reduction, green transition, and the preservation of the planet. Moving away from the discussion on finance, climate change, and resiliency, where does the SDG goals intersect with museums and the museum sector in the region, and Barbados specifically? For the most part, the data and its disaggregation is not systematic and therefore difficult to calculate. The case study before you is an attempt to look at the granular activities to arrive at how museums have responded to the SDGs during the pandemic. This provides us an opportunity to examine how state parties not only responded to the pandemic, but how such responses may be seen as reflective of and representative to the goals of SDG in a manner not in keeping with traditional ways of measuring and evaluating SDGs and its implementation. COVID caused great lockdown. It was a profound threat and opportunity for the museums and heritage sectors and heritage workers. Lockdown threatened jobs initially as revenue generation ceased, but the question of how to respond resulted in introspection and discussions across departments and museums. In particular at the BMHS, Zoom and Google Meet meetings held initially to discuss workflow evolved into wellness checks and brainstorming sessions on how to keep staff and members connected and engaged. One aspect of that engagement was the publication of short historical stories on previous pandemics, especially when we witnessed that our communities were going through vaccine hesitancy. We recognized that there was a need to retell the historical stories of how, as a society, we had dealt with this threat before. An example is this story which we posted on our Facebook and IG platform, looking at how the Barbadian society had reacted to a smallpox epidemic in 1902. Such postings sought to provide historical context and a review of how the society had previously reacted, in hopes that it would invite some change and introspection. Such stories, in fact, highlighted the relevance of museums during such a health emergency as a community space for open discussion through a historical lens. In keeping with that public education messaging, the museum also posted up-to-date public health notices about COVID protocols. What was not yet measurable is what was the result of such postings. Reviewing comments left by online viewers in the main can be said to indicate a level of success, as most of the posts were positive, but one cannot be totally sure of the consequence because we simply have not done that deep dive into the research. Further, social media was used to update staff and the public on the latest government advisories. At the same time, health personnel were receiving information from the WHO on how to distill information for public consumption and formulate national and local responses within hours notices. The museum sought to echo those changes because we simply saw ourselves as fulfilling that gap at the community engagement level. Even though we were not officially asked to do so, we saw it as part of our social responsibility that we, in fact, need to make that pivot. And for me, it is that pivot that is one of the advantages of COVID-19. In fulfilling the role as communicator, the museum evolved into assisting in the response to the mental health issues arising from responses to the pandemic. The development of online content provided new ways of communicating with our members and the public and gaining new audiences, persons who would not normally physically come to the museum because we had physically shut down were now, in fact, our virtual audience. And that virtual audience was not confined to the 14 by 21 geographic space of Barbados. It now expanded to the Barbadian diaspora and others living extra-regionally, whether they were in South America, North America, or Europe, and in one or two instances in Asia. Such a pivot to social media platforms was in keeping with the founding dictates of the museum to educate its members and citizens, but technology was now allowing such information to reach persons at a distance. To reiterate, The closure of the museums physically resulted in the opening of the museum virtually. Developing online panels, real-time lectures with virtual questions, doing either answering sessions, accelerated previous efforts of sharing collections online, accelerated that audience development. And in fact, led to the setting up of an online content committee comprising the departments of marketing, development, library, and curatorial, as we devised simple audience engagement tools, questions, and museum memes, and providing what can be seen as simple support mechanisms like, we will get through this together. In fact, memes such as this, we got responses of persons, especially in the diaspora, who were living in apartments, which means that the ability for them to have any space in which to even move around was quite limited. And that has had a deleterious effect on people's mental health issues. We found that that allowed greater engagement with and communication, and in some instances, helped to deal with the isolation and anxiety which this pandemic had brought on. These simple posts evolved into asking members in the general public to send a photo of their own. We would post a photo to ask, what was this? And you would get responses or the memories of people of what some of these images are. And that for us showed that the simple idea had evolved into an activity that helped people, even more so than we thought it did, especially as it related to dealing with their mental health issues. Online platforms, lecture series, simply meant that we created new audiences and learned something. Learned that online actually was not a scary space. But of course, we didn't always have the funding to take proper advantage of this. One of the realities of being a museum within a CIDS environment. However, pivoting to online presentation and online content continues to be transformational for us, as not only does it create new audience engagement models, develops new audiences for the museum, but it shows the museum to be a relevant space. No longer are you the bastion of dead things or old things, that traditionally held concept of what museums are, but relevant and socially responsible. Engaging with those diasporic communities around the globe, specific programs with a wide appeal dealt with the multiple narratives and multiple ethnicities that comprised who Barbadians are. Discussion on East Asian migration to Barbados, discussion on religion, discussion on syncretic religion, genealogical and diasporic military history became some of the ways in which we engage with these multiple audiences. A social media coordinator was hired, and online content committees restructured to include all departments so as to amplify that growth. And in fact, what we found is that a number of government agencies and local news agencies picked up on our memes and shared them, thereby amplifying our messaging. However, the downside, we couldn't make any money from this. And let's be honest, we do need to make some money. It's the only way we can survive. But that speaks to a totally different financial paradigm, where in a small space that is the Caribbean, what is known as correspondent banking makes it quite difficult for the remittance of funds. So even though we would have had really good amplification tied into YouTube and Facebook, we couldn't make any money, simply because for them, or space did not exist in that monetized world. But the unintended consequence of lockdown acted as a catalyst, and we will not be looking back. We recognize that museums are in fact online content repositories. It is for us to tap into that potential so as to amplify message and engage our audiences across all of the demographic categories just outlined by the previous presenter. So millennials and alphas, we're going after them because they're the ones who will help to ensure the survival of our historic institutions and help us to ensure that our messaging and our programming is relevant to that young audience for whom we will depend for our sustainability. The other important element in this is the whole concept of co-curation and co-creation. In fact, one of my colleagues, Natalie Bondil, has written extensively on co-creation as that paradigm shift for us in the Caribbean. The slide I will bring up is how the Barbados Museum, as part of a larger pan-Caribbean museum network called the Museums Association of the Caribbean, utilized the pandemic to begin activity called Collecting Our Voices in the Caribbean and the Diaspora around COVID, so that we would forever have that understanding of how persons dealt with, transitioned during this particular pandemic. And that was extremely important. We also got involved in a number of what were called COVID programming through MAC. And the interesting thing about MAC, which was created in the 1980s, similar to APSAC, is that it is pan-Caribbean and across multiple languages. So the working language of MAC is English, Spanish, and French. We also have Dutch members, but they say that they're quite fine. They understand English perfectly. So there's no need to cater for them. But what it does mean is that those institutions which look at and examine anything about is part of that Caribbean story. And that is extremely important for us. SDGs. The truth is that as a region, because we are simply caught in surviving and dealing with the elements of climate change, we've not fully engaged with this. We've really focused on one bit, climate resiliency. How do we survive this existential crisis of the Anthropocene? And as such, we have not adopted all of the 5 Ps of the 2030 Agenda. However, I will posit that in fact what perhaps needs to happen is that we in fact need to add an additional goal. And that goal 18 specifically looks at culture, heritage, and resiliency to ensure the survival of our history and our story. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you. I think you heard from our speaker, Mr. Farmer. He went a little bit over time, but he really touched upon a range of different topics. He especially talked about sustainable development efforts in the post-pandemic world using the social media platform and the online platform. Actually, it would have been nice to hear about more concrete examples, but I know we have limited time, so let's move on to our third speaker. Our third speaker is Miss Eny Lee, the senior curator here at National Folk Museum of Korea. Her presentation is titled Embracing Cultural Diversity, Connecting People and the World with Museum Cultural Boxes.
She's the first Korean who received a doctorate degree for the first time, focusing on multicultural education and museum education. So she is really interested in social impact and implications of the role of museum. There are many exemplary case studies and projects that she led, including multicultural box, as well as Korean culture box. And she is also an author of a book as well. Let me introduce her. Please give her a big hand. Yes, hello everybody. My name is Eny Lee at the National Folk Museum of Korea. It is my great honor to be able to present at this meaningful international conference where we talk about the Sustainable Development Goals and a museum. So this particular session is curated to talk about whether museums can impact social wellness and social solidarity, inclusion, and diversity. So in line with that, I would like to talk about multicultural and multicultural boxes and packages that were adopted by the National Museum of Korea. If you look at number 4 of SDG under the UN, it talks about inclusive and equitable and quality education and life learning for all. It specifically states that cultural diversity is the source of a community and nation's sustainable development. Cultural diversity is a valuable asset of an individual and society. And cultural diversity is also a fundamental element for sustainable development that benefits both the current generation and the future generation. And if you look at museums, it is a place where culture is packed, evidenced by tangible and intangible assets and evidences. In 2022, Icom Czech Prague defined a museum newly. If you compare the previous version and the new version, you can see that the new definition is emphasizing the inclusion, diversity, sustainability, and the engagement of local community. We are now newly thinking how we can strengthen sustainability and cultural diversity. This is a very important task in this multicultural era. Now the globe, the entire Earth, is becoming one town, and this is impacting the demographical composition of the Korean society as well. Now we are challenged how we can open up our culture and include other culture, given that we have been focusing on homogeneous heritage and society so far. So in line with that, I asked a question: what roles can museum play in this journey? And in the past, we focused on how we can showcase and promote Korean folk culture to foreigners. But after the introduction of the multicultural boxes in 2010, now we changed our focus and axis into improved inclusivity and cultural diversity. You can see that we are an organization that focuses on the growth and education of children, and we are a national museum that carries out and implements cultural policies of Korea. And this is a platform for education. We shouldn't just think about museum as it is. We need to relieve the tension and conflict of our society. We have to increase the awareness of cultural diversity among the children of Korea and foreigners who are here. And we need to provide the authentic experience by implementing 5 senses education. And we wanted this opportunity to serve as a growth engine for society that embraces more cultural diversity. So if you look at the cultural discovery box project, it was quite a long-term project. It started with Vietnamese box. It moved on to Mongolia, the Philippines, Korea, Uzbekistan, Indonesia, China, Japan, India, and Thai's cultural box. Given that Korea is a place where marriage immigrants live in large number, but at the same time, we focused on countries we did not have much understanding about. So this is the Mongolian culture box that we developed in 2010. We also offered hands-on experience exhibition and a smaller scale exhibition box that's portable. This is the Vietnamese culture box over here. The general structure is the same, but the content, what goes inside, is different. If you look at the Philippines box, it looks like this. And this is how children experience the food and livings and attire of the Philippines. And if you look at the Korean culture box, you can see over here, Uzbekistan's, Indonesian, Indian, Chinese, and Thai culture box are showcased. You can see we have included many actual items, including food, well-being, and shelter, and attire. We have visual, image, video, audio materials. We have multicultural guidebooks, other carts, action items, exercises, and books, and 5 senses materials too. And right now, I would like to focus on how we develop these multicultural discovery boxes. We were joined by many officials and experts, and for that, we had regular development forums. Of course, Korean local community served as the main pillar. We invited cultural diversity education experts, designers, and other domain experts as well. This is the image that came from the Filipino cultural box development. You can see marriage immigrants participated, students participated, those who are working in Korea participated, and embassy officials came. I believe National Museum of the Philippines came to our museum for 6 months to discuss what to include in this Filipino box for Korean children. And because of the accumulation of expertise and information, we were able to reflect such findings into the design of the box. We actually traveled to local destinations to source some of the items, and once we finished everything, we had the opening ceremony by inviting community members and Filipinos who are living in Korea to let them know what we have worked on. And at the same time, instead of considering them as a subject of education, we engaged with them, and then we used their expertise to come up with this material. There were many different types of education and training experiences offered at the same time. You can see there are some quizzes and exploration about what would be included in the box. And if you look at this Vietnamese example, we looked at the commonalities and differences of national holidays between Korea and Vietnam. We enjoyed Asian traditional folk plays and games together too. So this type of activity is not focusing on simple knowledge transfer. We have to erase a cultural sensitivity based on mutual understanding. And by doing so, I really hope that children and spectators can develop positive recognition and sustainable interest and inclusivity towards other cultures. All information related to our activity is disclosed on the official website. And at the same time, one of the big characteristics we have in this project is that it wasn't just used for training inside the National Folk Museum of Korea. We rented our cultural boxes to all agencies like schools, museums, any institutions or organizations related to multicultural. I believe it is a portable museum that can be plugged into every single institution. And since 2015, we have been expanding the supply and network by utilizing and operating local hubs. You can see so many institutions showcased 1,500 experiences, and 1 million individuals participated. And you can see how we are shipping the culture boxes using parcel delivery services. Many different institutions are utilizing our packages. And we have created a board game called To Where Have You Been? And we are supplying this game to schools and relevant organizations. Based on the results and performances, we also held a special exhibition called Tasty Asia Rice, Bread, and Noodles. By focusing on the topic of food, this was an opportunity for you to experience cultural diversity and also commonality and universality so that we can become friends with anyone from Asia. This is another project called I Would Like to Introduce My Mom's Food. Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, China, Japan, Uzbekistan, Mongolia. People with 12 different nationalities of mothers were able to showcase individual dish of their mom. And we also had a talk show called Children's Summit. So this multicultural discovery box was used to understand better about different cultures and promote diversity. A Korea culture box was to introduce Korea to foreign countries. It's to promote bi-directional communication. Many people and many organizations have asked whether Korea Culture Box can be created so that they can use it in other locations and countries. And that is why we decided to launch this project since 2017. So far, in 24 different Korean culture centers located in other countries, we have been supporting and providing it. This is a Brazilian example of using the culture box. I would like to wrap up my presentation since the time is up. And finally, I would like to talk about the results and homework that we have. We have utilized multicultural discovery box to use it as a way to train and educate cultural diversity. We wanted to promote social inclusion, and we also have many different points of education. We didn't stop there. We are connecting different institutions by sending out these boxes. And at the same time, this was a way to be more deeply engaged when it comes to social role of the museum. We reflected on what results we have achieved. We listened to on-site voices, and we wanted to change from what we had been doing. And if you look at the project from museological perspective, we have traditional model, collection, and research. That's the museum's traditional frame. I believe we can just think of it as a tree-type museum. However, away from that, we wanted to go more abroad. A social and broad educational purpose was the main objective. And to cite Deleuze's words, I would think this is a project focused on the rhizome-type museum work. I believe that as we focus more on the social role of the museum, these types of approaches could become more valuable. So the result of the culture box is now led to many different diverse types of culture boxes. This is continuously connecting different regions and different people. The expansion of cultural diversity is something that we need to keep working on. Thank you very much. Thank you. Since 2012 to 2016, I was in charge of this particular project as a lead of the project. You can be there. You can stay there. Mr. Kevin Farmer? I know that we ran out of time. Let's just spend the next 10 minutes to gather questions for the speakers. So we have the very first speaker, Ms. Sylvia Singer. Are you there? Yeah, please check whether she's on Zoom. We have Mr. Kevin Farmer and also curator Ms. Lee and me. Please introduce yourselves as you ask questions, and please be brief when you ask questions. Please.
많이 피곤하셔가지고.
I know you must all be very tired.
너무 발표를 잘해 주셔.
We had great presentations and presenters. Probably that's why we don't have any questions from the floor. That's what I'm assuming. Here we go.
이쪽 안 보여서.
Sorry, I couldn't see the corner.
For your presentations and very good examples how you would tackle these issues in different countries, in different museums. And I have a question to all of you, because now we are talking about a decline of population. So the younger generation numbers are declining. And then especially in the Korean population, 20% of our population is over 65. So the museums are only talking about younger generation, but how are we going to serve the older generation on happiness of their well-being? Because is there any way that in your museums are talking about, is it the older generation is not relevant for the museums? I want to challenge. Thank you. If any of you can answer, or
I'll go.
Yes.
I'll give this example. You said Korea is 20%. In Barbados, by 2030, 50% of our population will be over 65. And we only have a population of 300,000. So our stories, our museum, one of the elements that we have is about collecting memories. Because we recognize that it's extremely important that we actually begin to capture the memories of that aged population for posterity and to show how things have changed, but also in a way to do it where they recognize that their life experiences are in fact relevant and important. 4 years ago, there is a ministry at home that looks at elderly people. Barbados, like Japan, has a number of blue zones. There are quite a number of our population who are centenarians. And we had helped this ministry to develop oral histories around those centenarians. And we're hoping, and we said to them, it will be good to go and put up signage where these people were born. So as persons drive through the countryside, they can have an idea of these are where these blue spots are. We're still waiting to see if that will happen, but that's one of the ways in which we will seek and have sought to capture the memory, but to show both relevance and importance. So that's it from our side. So that's a fantastic question.
Thank you very much.
I would also chime in. If you look at the tasks that are posed to us, what kind of role can we play for senior citizens? I think this is a topic that we need to explore further into. That is why, in line with that, last year at the National Folk Museum of Korea, we specifically curated an exhibition for senior citizens. Even though we are trying to be inclusive, we had an online project so that we can fully utilize our memories. And that project was evidenced by creating an app that says, please come visit my memory. You can even go join this project online. In order to dive into this particular matter, we are going to launch an international conference on senior citizens addressing at the museum. Please come join us at the November conference too. Thank you so much. If you look at the early or mid-2000, I was in charge of museum education, and I was involved in carrying out programs for senior citizens. But if you think about it, experience is important, but giving education to them, that's an extremely difficult job. That is why I believe this is something that we need to see as a challenge that we need to address. Do you have any other questions?
Do you have anything to comment? if you could, that would be nice. Thank you.
Yes, of course. We're especially concerned on the young because those are the majority of our visitors. 80% of our visitors range between 15 and 25 years old. But in Mexican population, it is just 12% that are older than 60 years old, and almost 30% are amongst the age that we take care. But this doesn't mean that we don't communicate with the elder or we are not concerned for communicating with them. Dialogue is an instrument of communication in the museum, and what we do with the facilitators is try to bring our visitors to create good questions. So during weekends and certain seasons in the year, we have mixed groups of families. And in Mexico, families go all together to museums, the grandparents and the aunts and the fathers and the children and the babies. So we need to be prepared for all.
Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 혹시
All right, thank you. Any other questions from the floor? Yes, we see one back there. So I want to talk about the future, the fourth industrial revolution, fourth industrialization, fifth industrialization. In preparation of those new changes, what role should museums take on? That's something that is my first question. And I also want to go back to Ms. Singer's presentation and how she pointed to design and especially fashion. When she mentioned fashion, I'm wondering if you were talking about or relating back to fourth industrial revolution. Sylvia?
I can speak English just a little bit.
If you want to translate, please.
Your design is fashion. Meaning is fashion?
No.
No?
No. Design means, what I try to say is, for us, design means using examples about daily life, people's daily life, always making questions in which our visitors need to find an answer. So the museum gives an example, for example, in a game or in an interactive, we provide with questions and we want people to think about these questions. But in order to make it interesting, what I call design is we always use an example that relates to daily life, not to theory or to what curators will say. And we always try visitors to make a decision. So by using daily life and making decisions, we are exercising throughout all your visit to the museum your power of making questions, of doubting, of questioning the world and building your own answers. But when you build your answers, we create an environment in which you will be talking to the other visitors or to your own group or with a mediator. And by doing this, we try that your questions become interesting questions, useful questions, and that you can put your own reality out there. And that is very interesting because then people engage in dialogue and discover that many different visitors have different points of view because we all come from a different standing point and all points of view are respected and valued. And that's what I call design.
Yes, I got it. I'm a Korean woman, so I can speak English just a little bit. But it's important is point. Point is human is mind. So same thinking is important.
네. 네.
Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 예,
Thank you so much. I know that we're running out of time, but I would like to give one more person to ask a question.
Of us, all of you, for the presentation, and I say hello to my friend Sylvia, the other side in the world. And about design, Sylvia, I heard some phrase that says, our concern is about design of the world, not the world of design. Make the difference. And about your presentation, and you both can answer also, talking about the generation and audiences, how can we convince and empower important public and private leaders, not so young, that we are not making decisions today based on science towards a sustainable society, considering the broader and new concept of sustainability?
뭐
I think that was more of a comment than a question, right? Sylvia, what do you think?
It's my turn to say something? Yeah.
뭐 혹시
It's up to you.
If we want to try to reach the decision makers or people that are coming to our museum that are not the target audience, that are not these youngsters, what we need to do is we need to show the results. We need to show that we have good participation. We need to show what people think when they come and what they think about their experience. What we have done at the museum is that we have some places where you can leave your opinion. You can write it down because there's people who likes to write down, but most of them will record a video. And the videos stay there, and you can see the videos from previous visitors. And I think that when you see these videos, you really find out how people get engaged, and because they do care, and they just need a place where to say it, where to share it. And when you listen to other people's opinion, it is very powerful because you stop thinking that your opinion is the only one. And the museum makes a strong emphasis on the fact that we need to look for good information, try to not to get engaged with fake information, and give credit, obviously, to science. And let me tell you something. We give credit to science, but we also give credit to people's beliefs or to ways of thinking or to expressions of their own culture. So we really try to be tolerant because in Mexico we have a huge mosaic of different circumstances. So we want our visitors to be respectful of other visitors.
네, 감사.
Thank you so much. I know that it's extremely late right now where you are. Thank you for your active engagement and participation. I believe that our chair, Carol, should be here and summarize today's conference. So I'm a little bit running out of time. But Kevin, could you say something?
Mine's going to be kind of short. It answers both questions. I think museums need to be a lot more intentional and systematic about how it engages these audiences around the conversations that are relevant to sustainability, but also relevant to the ongoing concerns of our societies. And I think what COVID showed us is that we can be proactive in a good way. If we hear that which is fake, we can quickly pull together a program that speaks to that. But it has to be intentionality by the museum, and the museum has to recognize that it is not a passive organ within the society, but that it is an active agent for change And I think once we make that mental switch in what our programming and content development is, we would then recognize that these multiple audiences, multiple age groups, that we are now relevant because we are, in fact, engaging with those issues that are important to them, both from a historical perspective, but also from a perspective that shows concerned engagement and really is talking about change. And I think we need to recognize that in this 21st century, we are the change agents. That is what our role is. And we must act accordingly.
네, 감사합니다.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Farmer.
If I can just add, we need to be open to discussion. We need to be open to contradictions, to topics that are not easy, and we need to be rapid in our response. Our exhibits should be exhibits, or our activities should be activities that can embrace this change, not huge exhibitions that cost a lot of money and that you cannot change. I think we are walking towards a more agile museum that can respond to people's needs and that can respond fast, so we can be of use.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. I believe museum for all, if you think about it, would be something that we can agree. However, so far, we have to think about whether we're creating museum just for us or for ourselves. It was a great opportunity to have such discussions with all speakers. Ms. Sylvia Singer, Mr. Farmer, Ms. Lee, thank you so much for your contribution. It's such a pity that we're running out of time, and we also scheduled a very long day starting from 9. It's almost 6, and the same schedule is going to take place tomorrow as well. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Ms. Carol Scott up on stage once again to hear from her about the summarization and impression about the conference of Day 1. Please give her a big hand.
Can you hear me? Well, it's such an exceptionally rich day. I mean, I hardly know where to begin. I'm going to make this brief, and what I've done is I've just pulled out a few key ideas that seem to come up again and again, and I think maybe that's the best way to not only sort of express what I've taken out of this, but to allow you the latitude to add in. I think one of the key words and key concepts that came out is change. And Katie asked the question, can museums improve the health and well-being of staff and visitors? And perhaps communities, we could add to that. And I think the answer is a resounding yes. We started off with Professor Jung this morning, and Natalie Bondil really added to this, that we now actually have the scientific evidence that being in museums and interacting, particularly not only with art, but the examples that were given were art, that it actually sort of affects the brain in positive ways. We actually have that evidence now. And I think a lot of our early discussion today was about the personal dimension of positive change that can actually happen for visitors interacting with museums. And then we had other very cogent examples of how we can make the workplace very good for staff. And I think Jay's examples were particularly good. But we also had a lot of examples about social change. And I think, Kevin's last comment about, part of our role is intentional social action and social change is a very interesting one, which I want to pick up on towards the end. I really liked Yumi's example because it struck me that the cultural boxes are a project that begins in the museum, but that then has moved outwards, broad dissemination across a wide range of agencies beyond the walls of the museum, but with the express purpose of social cohesion and reducing conflict and, including inclusivity, but in this kind of civil domain. And then we had a number of other examples of other types of social change. And I thought Mihaela made a very useful distinction between museum networks that can create social change and interdisciplinary networks. What was interesting was that the two examples that actually preceded her talk were examples of each of those. So that in fact, the Guanxi Museum is an example of a museum that kind of took on a public policy for poverty evaluation or alleviation to work with a whole range of organizations and to bring their skills to change the social and economic dynamic in a community. And then the other example, the Doris's example, was exactly the opposite of that. It was a museum network that came together to do things, particularly around COVID. And I just wanted to mention COVID because COVID came up again and again and again. It was really a transformational moment, for the world, but also for museums. Very interesting how COVID was the catalyst for museums to reevaluate mission, value, and purpose. And that came up sort of again and again, and also relationships with communities, digital platforms. It's also a factor in the sometimes questionable progress that the SDGs have actually made. And that and funding and global conflicts have not contributed greatly. I was very interested again in the frequent discussion around research and evaluation. I started my career in museums as an audience researcher and evaluator. At the time I was doing it, it was pioneer work. Nobody was doing it. Now everybody's doing it. And the fantastic thing is that it's embedded. So Henry talked about the importance of embedding measures into any plans for social change, before you actually start the action. So you have to be very clear about what you're going to do, and you have to be clear about the measures that you're going to use that let you know that you're going to have success. Sylvia mentioned, was at the other end, she was talking about the front-end research that they're doing with audiences so that they can take account of what the audience wants before they actually plan their programs. And the other thing that came out that I thought was really strong was, and it comes up again and again and again, is what is the role of museums? I think we're at this critical moment in the world, and action is needed if we're going to save this planet on which we are sharing our lives. But what is the role of the museums in doing this? And I ended up not with answers, but with a lot of questions. Is it to provide information and knowledge and let people make up their own minds? That's the sort of dispassionate, objective view. What Sylvia pointed out was that nevertheless, there is a disconnect between knowledge and action. So does that mean that we become more interventionists, that we are kind of managing, people toward a particular goal? Does it mean that we work with communities to find out the issues of relevance for them and then use our resources to create awareness and with the new knowledge of brain function that Natalie and Jung mentioned, sort of motivate their actions in particular directions? Is it to take a position? And Jay's example was very interesting. I mean, his staff came out in support of gay rights and marched along with them. Is it a combination of the two? And I think that we are at this really transitional moment in museums when we're talking about being as social actors, we're talking about taking social action, but I still think we have a way to go to unpack some of those things so that we know what we are talking about and what the consequences are of whatever kinds of decisions that we make. So I'd have to say I think it's been an extraordinarily rich beginning to this conference, and I think I look forward to what else we're going to learn tomorrow. Thank you very much.
All right, what a great and succinct and economical summary. Thank you once again, Carol. Let's give it up for Chair Scott. Thank you. And that brings us to the end of day 1 of Museums and the Sustainable Development Goals towards 2030. I'd like to thank you once again, all our moderators and speakers, and let's give it up for ourselves. And thank you, our audience that have stayed with us until this hour. We will be meeting here tomorrow again, starting from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Tomorrow will be day 2 of our international symposium. Tomorrow we'll be talking about the 3 Ps, the remaining 3 Ps, planet, peace, and partnership, as well as where to going from here. We have 3 sessions prepared, so please come out and support us and let others know that this is this is something that's going to go on tomorrow. Please return your receivers before you leave. I think it's not as raining as much anymore. So have a safe trip back, everyone, and I will see you tomorrow. Thank you.
공지 말씀드리겠습니다.
Housekeeping announcements.